Alright guys, so we're back. I'm just getting everything set up. Bear with me. Having some internet connection issues. You guys aren't going to see this part until after. Okay.
Hopefully that's it. Now I feel
No, it's off again.
I'll try calling them to see what's up. Is everything logged? And their power's not out, so see what's up.
Alright, this. Where's my fucking mind? Alright, just bear with us, guys. There's been some Wi-Fi issues since the last stream. The internet keeps going in and out.
says it's on down there. Do you need to log on again after it cuts off?
No, it automatically connects. So every time it kicks back on, I go back on, and then it, whatever's going on with that.
Well, I'm gonna call up Spectrum, I guess, see what's going on that way, because everything I can see is connected right, and the box says it's online. So I'm not sure exactly why it wouldn't be working when it's saying that. I'll call right now.
Yeah, it keeps going in and out.
I'll let you know. I'm logging on the phone right now. As soon as I get their number.
So what am I supposed to do?
Your son, do you have a that over?
Is Mike around?
I told him.
Sorry, guys, we're having internet
Did
issues.
he say no?
You didn't say no. You just said that.
Did hit the, turn up the volume?
Yeah, because the sound wouldn't be coming from the TV.
Lose my fucking mind. Yeah, we're having internet issues, so all of a sudden.
Yeah, she's on a Zoom meeting and displaying her exhibits with her laptop on her TV, but the video exhibits don't have sound. Yes, it does. So I'm guessing she's a co-host. Yes. Is it this little guy that we have to turn on?
I turned this up. I don't know if that's.
Right. I'm sure her sound is on.
You have your sound off on your laptop?
Yes.
Bear with me, I'm trying to get everything set up.
Settings?
The problem is the Wi-Fi thing is in the unit below me, and they keep fucking around with it.
Evidence control?
Evidence. Me. Okay.
They're having tech issues too, so I don't feel as bad.
What do we got here? She's the plaintiff back there, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Flip open Zoom US and the dial. What?
Yeah, that's not okay.
Well, your sound's off, right? Are you trying to play a video of the shooting?
No,
Okay, what is it?
it's a interview of Justin Mensah.
All right, why don't you try and turn it on, because I changed a couple settings up here just to see if it works.
Again, I'm not gonna say who did.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Oh, keep it up.
Whatever.
Come on.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Bye.
So I guess I gotta make her co-host again then, right?
Why can't I load my Facebook? Jesus Christ.
Okay, are we ready?
This is why I hate doing this shit.
I'm prepared to resume the hearing at this time. I appreciate everyone conducting themselves accordingly this morning. Hopefully we can do that this afternoon. And is it correct that at this time you wish to resume the testimony of Mr. Trainum?
That's correct.
And can you hear us all right, sir?
Yes, I can.
Just bear with
We
me,
can't
guys.
hear you.
Um,
We can barely hear you.
Ms. Botley, I think your speaker is off.
You know what, maybe let me switch it back, and then I think we figured out how to make the sound work when you play something, and then I'll just switch it back at that time. All right, how about now, sir?
I can always talk louder.
Oh my God.
I have some feedback there.
Yeah, I guess that won't be necessary.
Okay.
We had switched the microphone, so I think that was the problem. I'm trying to help her have an ability to play some video with sound. But right now, you can just speak as you were this morning. You're coming through very clear.
Okay, thank you.
And you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Trainum, sorry. Mr. Trainum. Sorry, just trying to get this done right. Have you looked at Wisconsin statute 940.06, second degree reckless homicide?
Yes.
Do you believe there's probable cause to charge Officer Mensah with second degree reckless homicide?
Based on what I've seen here to date, yes.
Have you looked at Wisconsin statute 940.08, homicide by negligent handling of a dangerous weapon, explosive or firearm?
Yes.
Do you believe there's probable cause to charge Officer Joseph Mensah with homicide by negligent handling of dangerous weapon, explosives or firearm?
Yes.
Now, getting back to Joseph Mensah's statement, let's look at Exhibit 59. Before we go into that, why is it important to compare Officer Mensah's actions during the shooting of Jay Anderson with the policies of the Wauwatosa Police Department?
You're not going to find it later.
Why is that important to look at those two things together?
They don't
What
save
you're
this.
trying to see is, did he take the appropriate action leading up to the actual shooting? And could having taken the appropriate action actually prevented the shooting from happening to begin with? It's a concept they call officer-induced jeopardy. It's basically when the officer would needlessly put themselves in danger by committing a tactical error that was not forced upon them, but it makes them vulnerable and thus in a position where they feel like they have to use deadly force to protect themselves. Basically, they have alternatives that they could have taken, but they didn't. And so the result is that the shooting happened.
Do you believe that by looking at officer-induced jeopardy and seeing if that actually in fact happened, that that's something that should be taken into consideration when making charging decisions?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, because it really impacts, what led up to the actual decision to shoot or not shoot. And if it was recklessness on the part of the officer that created that situation, then that needs to be considered.
Do you believe the amount of force that Joseph Mensah used in shooting Jay Anderson was excessive?
Yes.
Why?
Well, typically you're taught to shoot twice and then reevaluate what the situation is. He not only shot multiple times, but he could have moved into a position where he would have taken himself out of danger And even if he felt like he had to shoot, he wouldn't have to continue to shoot as many times as he did. Instead, he maintained himself in what he called the kill zone rather than moving out of it.
Do you believe that Officer Mensah created officer-induced jeopardy?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Several things. I mean, based on what we know, and there's a lot that we don't know, but based on what we know that he entered the park and waited approximately 2 minutes before notifying the dispatcher. We don't know what happened during that 2-minute time period, but we do know that he decided to take an action that was contrary to what he had done earlier, where he had just turned on his lights and chased people out of the park. It was after that 2-minute time period that he notified the dispatcher that he had an occupied vehicle in the park. And that's when the dispatcher dispatched him back up to assist him with dealing with that occupied vehicle. Instead of waiting for that, Officer Mensah pulled into a position in the front of the vehicle that placed him in increased danger. It took away his tactical ability to approach the car safer, and he put on floodlights instead of his red lights. The red lights would have alerted the driver of the vehicle that this is a police officer. Instead, what the floodlights did was they blinded the driver and restricted his ability to see what was going on. Officer Mensah then chose to take a path where he actually had to walk in front of the vehicle, thus placing himself in increased danger. And then when he got to the car, there was a period of time, he said that at first he thought the person was sleeping in the car. So there was no urgency for him to continue further. He still could have waited for his backup that was on the way. Instead, he decided to engage the person, but before doing that, he said that he looked inside the car with his flashlight in order to see if there was anybody else in the car. Well, apparently he didn't do a thorough enough search to see a gun in the car that was in plain view right there on the seat. So he did not search the car well enough based on his statements as to, what he did getting to the car. He then chose to wake the driver up. And once he woke the driver up and he saw the gun, that's when he radioed for his backup to hurry up, that there was a gun there. But even before then, there was an exchange going back and forth about ID, that kind of stuff. When he saw the gun, rather than move to a position of relative safety, he stayed within what we can call the kill zone and began giving various orders to Mr. Anderson. Put your hands up, that sort of stuff. So what he could have done tactically and very easily is to have moved, like I said, first I'll wait for his backup to get there before he did anything. But once he saw the gun, move out of the kill zone to the left, place himself in a position where Mr. Anderson, if he was intending on shooting him, would have had to have reached down and turned to the back. That would have placed Mr. Anderson in a very bad position, and Officer Mensah would have been in a much better tactical position to have protected himself and probably fire less rounds if that had occurred.
Okay.
Sir, is your sound setting higher than it was this morning? Your volume setting?
No, sir, it wasn't. Am I coming across pretty loud?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm sorry. Let me see. What's the best way for me to? Let me try it here. Audio settings. Is that better, sir?
That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Sorry, it's taking me a little bit of time to do that. Okay.
And so on June 23rd, 2016, did Officer Mensah, did he have any body-worn camera?
No, he did not.
Did they have any, do you know, he wasn't wearing anything that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the only camera, what cameras were available to him?
The only camera that was available to him was the camera on his patrol car.
Okay, and how would that have been operated?
It's my understanding that it could have been turned on inside. It could have also been turned on when the red lights were turned on, and it could also be activated from his microphone or whatever, some device on his person.
And he didn't activate any cameras until after he shot and killed Jay Anderson.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was against the policies and procedures for a traffic stop of Wauwatosa Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
Now, why is it important to look at his actions and to determine whether or not he follows his trainings properly?
Because it's like with any liability issue, you want to determine whether or not the person followed the correct safe procedures. And by not doing so, did that create an unsafe situation which resulted in the shooting?
Do you believe that his actions of shooting and killing Anderson were criminally reckless and inconsistent with his police training?
Yes.
Why?
Well, basically, he repeated over the course of several minutes, he continued to make bad tactical decisions that increase the level of danger that he believed that he was putting himself into. Well, at the end result that he believed he had put himself into. When there were several moments during that, he could have made better tactical decisions that would have ceased that process from going forward.
Okay. And is it important to evaluate and to verify the actions of Joseph Mensah that night in order to evaluate his credibility?
Oh, yes. One of the things that is often done in cases like this is a crime scene reconstruction, and even have the officer do a walkthrough as part of the investigation, where they go back, they set up the scene just as it was, and then they have the officer just take them step by step as to every single action. And this has been found actually to help increase the officer's memory, where they may be fuzzy after a incident like this because it happened so quickly. This walkthrough actually does help them regain memories about specific details. With the crime scene reconstruction, we could see exactly what Officer Mensah should have seen as he walked towards the car in reference to where the gun was placed. We could have seen how much Mr. Anderson was blinded, and what could Mr. Anderson see with those floodlights on him during that time period. And if there's a question as to what was occurring on the video inside the car, they could have set it up just like it was and done several reenactments to try to determine what the actions were that Mr. Anderson was doing, based on the reenactment itself.
When Officer Mensah approached Mr. Anderson, had Mr. Anderson committed any crimes to his knowledge?
Besides just being in the park, if that's a crime, I believe it's just a citation or whatever. So no.
Okay. And as far as what's in the police reports, did any officers with the Milwaukee Police Department do a crime reconstruction with Officer Mensah?
No.
According to the police reports and what you reviewed, did any officers with the Milwaukee Police Department do a walkthrough of a crime scene with Officer Mensah?
No.
Did any federal agents or anyone from the district attorney's office do a crime reconstruction with Officer Mensah?
No.
Did any FBI agents or anyone from the district attorney's office do a walkthrough of the crime scene with Officer Mensah?
No.
So that never happened.
That's correct.
And is it safe to say that had those things happened, and if during the crime reconstruction, there was inconsistency in what officers were told when they initially interviewed Officer Mensah, that is something that should be taken in consideration when making charging decisions.
Yes, it should be.
Why?
Well, it's just like if you have a suspect give you an alibi and you disprove the alibi to be true, to be false, then that is an indication that a person did something wrong.
Right. So I want to play a video. This is Exhibit 50, interview of Mensah on the Joe Pags podcast, taken on July 24th, 2020.
Right.
I know I have to share my screen. Sorry. Just trying to get it up.
Okay. Are you still co-host?
No.
All right. Where do we have to get that again? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So for the record, this is Exhibit 50, interview of Mensah on the Joe Pags podcast, taken July 24th, 2020.
Is this on a disc? I'm sorry, is this on a disc?
This is on YouTube. I gave you the transcript too.
Okay, and what are you calling this?
This is number 50, this would be the actual interview. So the transcript is Exhibit 50.
All right.
So we're going to look at page 9, starting with line 12. And we're going to go from lines 12 to lines 23 on page 9.
And this is July 24th, 2020 YouTube video.
Correct.
And I guess it's entitled Why Are Jay-Z and the Jonas Brothers Demanding Prosecution?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Unmute. Oh, Lord. All right.
Now let me try switching something up here and see if that works. Now try it.
Wow. And again, I'm not gonna say who did it. The people that did it know who they are. But that's just it hurts. You know, I didn't go out there thinking, hey, I'm gonna go on. And then one of the topics that you mentioned, I went and I'm shot with people of color. I'm not out there just trying to shoot and kill people of color, black people. If it's not who I am, it's not what I'm doing. Each incident is separate from itself. Each incident, the person was armed, they're committing crimes. I'm trying to enact arrest. They don't want that. They presented weapons, and then things unfolded the way they did. I feel for the families involved. I didn't want any of that to happen. Right.
So, Mr. Freedom, according to Officer Mensah on July 24, 2020, this interview, he states on line 18, page 9 of Exhibit 50.
There's a big echo.
I'm sorry?
There's a big echo back and forth.
Oh, Mr. Trainum can't hear you now. Are you done with playing that video?
Yes, that one.
Let me switch back.
Yeah, I think when you mute your Zoom, then I can hear you. There's no feedback.
Okay, cool. So according to what Officer Mensah was being interviewed July 24th, 2020, Exhibit 50, page 9, line 20 or 19. Each incident, the person was armed. They were committing crimes. Was Jay Anderson committing a crime when Officer Mensah approached him?
No, he was not.
So that's an inaccurate statement.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's look at Joseph Mensah's interview with Officer Luke O'Day, Exhibit 59. Let me know you're ready.
I had it up.
Okay. Now, on page 2 of this report, the first sentence, it says, Officer Mensah observed a single vehicle parked in the center of the lot facing westbound. He believed the park was closed after midnight. So according to this, Mensah didn't know the park was closed.
According to that, yes.
So according to this, when Officer Mensah approached Jay Anderson, he wasn't even committed an ordinance violation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's move down to the last paragraph, and I'm starting to have you jump around a little bit. Before he approached Mensah, let's look on page 3.
Okay.
The last full paragraph, Officer Mensah stated he had conducted an earlier park check around 12:30 a.m. and he had encountered 2 vehicles after closing hour.
Yes.
And when he turned his squad lights on, 1 vehicle immediately exited the park.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to Exhibit 20, page 166. And this exhibit is Joel Cutt's 4-page report of the Madison Elementary School surveillance.
Yes.
Okay. So Officer Joel Cutts was instructed to look at the Madison Elementary video, right?
Yes, he was.
According to this, at 1:06 a.m., a marked city of Wauwatosa police SUV can be observed driving through the Madison Park lot and then leaving the area.
Yes.
Okay. So presumably that's Officer Mensah, right?
It could be, yes.
Okay. So it says he went in at 1:06 and he left immediately.
Yes.
Does it mention any other cars that were there that left?
No.
Okay. So that's inaccurate. According to, well, it doesn't, well, it's inconsistent with what Officer Mensah told Detective Luke O'Day.
The time is inconsistent. If it had been 12:30, it would not have been captured on this video because the officer is only instructed to capture from 1 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. But they did not go back to see if what Officer Mensah had said about the earlier encounter was true or not.
Correct. Now, as Officer Mensah stated in his interview with Detective O'Day, that when he encountered those 2 cars, he turned on his squad lights, right?
That's correct.
And if he had turned his squad lights on, that would have started the recording, correct?
Yes, that would have done that.
Is there anywhere in the report that you see that the Milwaukee Police Department went back and retrieved Joseph Mensah's squad video to verify if he, in fact, was in Madison Park at 12:30?
No.
Now let's continue to look at page 166. Now at 1:15, it notes that a dark colored minivan was in the park, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry?
Oh, that's just coughed. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. And then at 1:37 a.m., a dark colored 4-door sedan believed to be Jay's car drove into Madison Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at 2 a.m., the dark colored minivan left the park, correct?
Yes.
So the video was recording who was entering the park and who was exiting the park, correct?
Yes.
And we don't have any evidence to corroborate that Mensah encountered two vehicles at 12:30 or at 1:06.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now at 2:16 a.m., a lighter colored four-door sedan can be observed driving into Madison Park. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then at 2:21 a.m., another dark colored sedan can be observed driving into the park as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those two vehicles leave together at 3 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's pretty coincidental, don't you think? That Officer Mensah claimed that he went into Madison Park, encountered two vehicles, and they left. But the evidence doesn't show that, right?
That's correct.
But at some point, at between 2:15 and 2:21, there actually were two vehicles in Madison Park that were together, and then those two vehicles left, right?
Yes.
And Officer Mensah, according to the Madison Elementary School video, was not at Madison Park during this time. Well, excuse me, let me take that back. According to the video, there were no other Wauwatosa police cars that were recorded in Madison Park during this time of 2:15 and 2:21.
That's correct.
And we know that this video was viewed by Wauwatosa police officer Joel Cutts, correct?
Yes.
Do we know when he retrieved this video?
It was the day of the shooting.
So he retrieved this Madison Elementary School video the day of, on June 23rd, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the next day, Officer Mensah was interviewed by Detective Luke O'Day, and he said that he encountered two cars at the Madison Park, in Madison Park, correct?
Yes, he did.
And that's inaccurate.
There's no evidence of that. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to his statement. Let's go back to Exhibit 59. Now, in the beginning of this interview, Detective Luke O'Day, he gets from him his prior law enforcement experience, right?
Yes.
And that, it looks like that's pretty much, it says that he was in the reserves from 2009 to 2012, right?
Yes.
He was in the Dane County Sheriff's Office from 2012 to 2013.
Yes.
It says he was at a UW-Madison patrol officer for 2013 through 2014, right?
Yes.
Is there any other background information, according to the police reports, that you can see that the Milwaukee Police Department got on Officer Joseph Mensah?
No.
So this was pretty much it.
Well, except for his personnel record, whatever was in that. But this is all they got during the interview.
But do you know if the Wauwatosa police, or excuse me, there's no evidence that the Milwaukee Police Department ever asked for his personnel records, correct?
That's correct. I've seen his personnel records, but you're right. I don't see where they asked for it in any documentation.
Are you referencing Wauwatosa records now or some others?
Sorry, yes, the Wauwatosa police records.
All right.
And is getting Officer Mensah's personnel file, is that important part of the investigation to determine whether there's probable cause to charge him with an offense?
I would think yes, because it would give you a better understanding of his background, training, and other situations or problems that may have contributed to this incident.
And you're aware that 11 months prior to the J. Anderson shooting that Officer Joseph Mensah shot and killed Antonio Gonzalez?
Yes.
Is there any indication in the police file that the Milwaukee Police Department investigators tried to get at least any information on the prior shooting involving Officer Mensah?
No.
Would that have been important information for the Milwaukee Police Department to get in order to determine whether it's appropriate to find probable cause to charge Officer Mensah with an offense?
Yes.
Why?
Because if it showed prior, well, just as an example, in that case, from what I read about that incident, it was Officer Mensah apparently only fired after he tried to disengage himself from the subject who had a weapon. And if he disengaged himself at that time, why did he disengage himself this time?
Mm-hmm. So
Things-
prior bad acts are important.
Right.
Okay. And they never looked at that according to the police reports that we have seen.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's get back to Exhibit 59. Now, on page 2, paragraph 3, Officer Mensah states that he felt the driver was fake being asleep.
Yes.
Is that consistent with Officer Mensah's statement at the scene when he was approached by the Wauwatosa police officers?
When he says that he was coherent at the time?
Correct.
Well, yes, it's consistent if he's faking being asleep, but we don't know the foundation for really why. He was just breathing fast. He really doesn't know. I would have explored further why he thought that he was faking being asleep.
And no one ever explored that further, did they?
No.
Okay. Also, paragraph 4, it says that police officer he identified himself, he means police officer Mensah. He tapped the front passenger window and announced, "Police officer Mensah with the Wauwatosa Police Department," but did not get a response. After tapping a few more times, the driver woke up and looked at Mensah. He scanned his uniform and with his eyes, and then looked down toward the front passenger seat. Mensah stated the driver looked visibly annoyed and shrugged his shoulders. He then closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat again. Now, at this time, according to the reports, Officer Mensah had his flashlight out at this point, right?
That's correct.
And because it's a traffic stop, he should have been audio recording this exchange.
Yes.
Did he?
No.
Okay. And
in this part right here is not consistent with what he had said earlier when he was first debriefed.
What's inconsistent about this?
Well, here he's saying that he looked annoyed, shrugged his shoulders, closed his eyes, more maybe like somebody who was actually waking up.
And prior, he said that he was coherent.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let's look at his prior statement. Let's look at Exhibit 58. Exhibit 58 is a report written by Detective Luke O'Day.
What page is that, please?
Sorry, I'm just making a record of what we're looking at.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this is Exhibit 58 is a report written by Detective Luke O'Day, reported date of June 29, 2016. This is the squad video from Joseph Mensah's car after he shot and killed Jay Anderson. Did you find the page?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, great. So this is a video, or audio recording rather, a squad video. So it's video and audio of Joseph Mensah's squad after he turned it on after killing Jay Anderson, right?
Yes.
And do you see any inconsistencies with this statement? I mean, with what he said at the squad video versus what he told Detective Luke O'Day 24 hours later?
Well, I think you give him a little more guidance on that. It's the next part of this thing.
I apologize. I was looking at the thing about how he had tried to hit the button a couple times to turn on the to turn on his camera and his microphone.
I'm sorry, where are you looking at?
I was looking at page 3,
Mhm.
in the middle of the page there. He said he was coherent and everything. He said, that's pretty much what I saw there. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, sorry, let me ask a better question.
Sure.
So on page 3, let's talk about that.
Okay.
In the middle page, Mensah said, I tried to hit the button a couple of times, just a regular occupied audio. I went around to passenger knock.
Auto, not audio.
Auto. I went around to the passenger seat, knock and knock and knock. Nothing and nothing. Look down, just doing my search, whatever, and I see a gun there. So,
Yes. Here, I'm sorry. Here he was talking about, he was knocking on the window. He doesn't mention about the window being rolled down, that sort of thing. He's like just knocking on the window and then he sees the gun. So he leaves out the part about the exchange with the window being rolled down, the exchange about the driver's license and all of that.
and he's talking about he tried to hit the button referring to recording the scene and it wasn't working, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to play another video, if all possible. I do need the audio.
All right.
Your Honor, what I'm going to play is the transcript of Exhibit 22. This is Mensah's interview with Lawrence O'Donnell that was taken on July 28th, 2020. For the record, I'm going to play for the court page 24 of Exhibit 22, lines 22 through lines 17 on the next page.
Thanks.
Okay. I gotta unmute. I gotta unmute.
I didn't think about it because that's just, and I'm not trying to call it media or anything, it's fine to say, but it does fit the narrative, especially with the narrative from the last recently. So my thought, because I'm still right, it was great. It has some family cause and getting attention, so some of the things that.
Sorry, I'm gonna start all over.
What page is it?
It's page 24, line 22.
It's
So I'm
probably,
gonna start a little bit ahead of that.
probably
but I
gonna be a
want
little hard to hear.
You particularly pay attention to Mr. Trainum when he begins with, let's talk about 2016.
Okay.
Are you ready? Okay.
Was on too. I did think about it because that's just, and I'm not trying to call it media or anything, it's fine to say, but it doesn't fit the narrative, especially doesn't fit with the narrative from the last recently. So I talked about it, because it was great. It doesn't talk again about getting attention, but it's some of the reference things that I've seen, people call me a racist, they refer to me as white, and it shows we don't know what's going on. Like, well, even people back are, there are words that, there's my point.
So here it comes. Sorry, I started a little ahead of time. So here it is.
There's so much other evidence involved in that case. I did not understand. That means that into it, but at the same, but at that stop violation, because there's reasons and certain that can turn up. But it was not, I turned up. You can't have it all that camera, you can't have it much water, you can go on me. And it's physically turn that bar around. I turned it on because, yes, I could people would want to believe me, but I want to believe I need to get that for what so I heard. So we know it. Once I hit that button, it would go back, or it would go back.
So I don't know if you were able to hear that really well. Were you?
I wasn't, but I have listened to this on my own.
You're gonna have to ask him that again, I think.
I don't know if you were able to hear that very well, but I'll read the transcript for you, Mr. Traino.
Oh, thank
Yes,
God.
I have listened to it before, so I'm aware of.
Okay, so let me just read it. What Mensah said was, let's talk about 2016, for example. There's my account of what happened, but there's so much other evidence involved with that case. Evidence I knew nothing about. The family claims that I violated a policy by not turning on body cam. I'm not going to get into it, but that's not a policy violation. There's reasons and circumstances when that gets turned on. It's turned on because I turn it on. You can't accidentally bump that camera. You can't accidentally push the button. It's in a leather case. You have to physically turn that button on. I turned it on. I turned it on because I knew that people would want to believe me, but I needed them to. I needed to have that evidence to support what I saw. So I turned that on fully knowing that once I hit that button, it would go back in time or would go back, 20, 30 seconds, and it would capture that. I did that. Is this statement consistent with what was caught on the squad camera video of him saying?
No, it's not.
How isn't it?
Well, he said he tried to turn it on a couple of times before, like the knocking, or before the actual verbal encounter with Mr. Anderson.
Okay. Now let's go back to Exhibit 58. This is, again, Mensah's squad video.
And I'd just like to clarify, too, I believe you indicated this interview was conducted by Lawrence O'Donnell. I don't believe that was the case. This is local radio person, Dan O'Donnell, correct?
Correct. Sorry, Your Honor. Getting ahead of myself. So let's go back to Exhibit 58 and go back to where we were, where he said that he's looking down, just doing my search, and that he sees the gun there. Isn't it true that he later told Detective Luke O'Day that he saw Jay Anderson glancing down, and that's how Joseph Mensah noticed the gun?
Yes, it wasn't until Mr. Anderson had glanced down more than once that he finally looked down onto the front seat and saw the gun.
Mm-hmm. Presumably, when Joseph Mensah, he stated that he knocked on the window several times. Is it accurate to say that he should have conducted a search immediately upon approaching the vehicle?
Well, yes, especially if the person is asleep. I mean, you have plenty of time to scan that vehicle. In fact, he said at one point in his statement that he scanned the vehicle looking for, other people inside and all that. But it's even more important to scan for any weapons that might be lying out in plain view.
And so when he scanned the vehicle the first time, did he say he saw a gun?
No.
Did he have his flashlight on?
Yes, he had his flashlight on.
And where did he claim the gun was?
On the front seat, on the front passenger seat of the car.
And even if Officer Mensah saw a gun, was it illegal to Mensah's knowledge for Anderson to have a weapon?
It's my understanding of your law there that it would not have been.
Okay. And so let's stay on the same page. And next paragraph, Lieutenant Gabriel states, is he up?
Yes.
And Mensah says, yeah, he's up, coherent and everything. Put his hands up as soon as I woke him up. So in this statement, he's saying he woke up Anderson, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what he told Detective Luke O'Day?
That he thought that Anderson was faking being asleep.
Right. And that's inconsistent.
Yes.
And sir, are you able to put into context here, based on your review of the investigation, at what point this passenger window was lowered in this events?
Okay, based on his interview, that was after he had knocked on the window several times and announced who he was.
But before or after he identified a weapon?
He would have identified the weapon after the window was rolled down. So he would have been standing by the car close enough to be able to knock on the window and call to Mr. Anderson and get Mr. Anderson to wake up or acknowledge him. Mr. Anderson then turned the ignition on so that he could lower the window. And Officer Mensah saw that. And it wasn't after, at least a period of time after that, because they had an exchange about, do you have any ID? Do you have anything with your name on it? And then during that time period, Officer Mensah said Anderson kept looking down. And that's why he finally looked down and saw the gun, according to his statement.
And according to his statement, again, did Jay Anderson have an ID on him?
According to Mr. Mensah's statement, he said that he did not have an ID on him.
That's what Joseph Mensah said, that Jay Anderson told him he didn't have an ID on him.
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
No. Well, it's not accurate that he didn't have an ID on him.
Mm-hmm.
So, we don't know for sure exactly what Mr. Anderson said. We just have the statements of Officer Mensah.
And again, we know that Joseph Mensah and Joseph Mensah was in Madison Park for 5 minutes and 35 seconds before any shots were fired, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we know that from Joel Kutz's report where he looked at the Madison Elementary School video.
That's correct.
Let's go back to Exhibit 59. You ready?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So in this report, let's look at paragraph 4, second sentence. Oh, actually, start at the first sentence. P.O. Mensah tapped the front passenger window, announced Police Officer Mensah with the Wauwatosa Police Department, but did not get a response. After tapping a few more times, the driver woke up and looked at Police Officer Mensah. He scanned his uniform with his eyes and then looked down toward the front passenger seat. Mensah stated that the driver looked visibly annoyed and shrugged his shoulders. He then closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat again. So according to this, he's saying that Jay Anderson looked down toward the passenger seat.
The first time, yes.
And that Mensah had been tapping on the window for a little bit, and finally Jay woke up.
That's correct.
And he stated that he didn't see a gun.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he did not mention seeing a gun at that point. It wasn't until later that he saw the gun.
Okay, so let's go on to that next paragraph. Police Officer Mensah with the Wauwatosa Police Department, wake up, gotta talk to you. After a couple of times repeating himself, the driver woke up again, turned the key in the ignition, and rolled down the passenger front window. Mensah did not recall the vehicle started. Police Officer Mensah asked if the driver had an ID or a driver's license. The driver replied no.
Yes.
Is that consistent with his squad video recording?
No.
He never mentioned that he asked for an ID, correct?
That's correct.
And in his squad video recording, he said that Jay was sleeping.
That's correct.
And what is he saying here about Jay's, whether he's sleeping or not sleeping?
Well, earlier he said that he was fake sleeping, but here he's saying that he woke him up. But he puts it in parentheses, quotation marks. Excuse me.
Right, and he still hasn't called it in, correct?
Called in the gun? No, he has not.
So the next paragraph, last sentence. Police Officer Mensah asked the driver if he had anything that would identify his name. The driver replied no. So this is the second time that Mensah is telling Luke O'Day that he asked Jay Anderson for ID, and this for the second time, Anderson is saying no.
That's correct.
Do we have any way to corroborate this conversation?
No,
And again, this is a conversation that Mensah should have recorded according to the policies and procedures of the Wauwatosa Police Department, correct?
that's correct.
Next paragraph, last sentence. Actually, I'll read the whole paragraph. Mensah became concerned that the driver had made several separate and distinct glances toward the passenger front seat. He stepped forward and looked into the interior of the vehicle. Police Officer Mensah observed a black and silver semi-automatic handgun with an extended magazine inserted in the weapon on the front seat. He did not remember seeing anything else on the seat or in which direction the barrel was facing. Now, Mensah mentions that Jay Anderson had an extended magazine, correct? Inserted in the weapon.
That's correct.
I'd like to go to Exhibit 47. This is a photograph of the Ruger gun of Jay Anderson that was presumably found in the car.
Do I have a copy of that? Oh, there it is.
Yes. So in this video, in this photograph, Exhibit 47, this is a Ruger gun with 17 bullets.
Okay, yes.
Is that an extended magazine?
It doesn't look like it. To be sure, you would have to put it in there, but at this stage, at this point, it does not look like it is an extended magazine.
Okay. And do we know who recovered this weapon from the car?
That was Officer Miller, I believe.
Officer Mills?
Mills. Thank you.
No
From
problem.
Wauwatosa, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
So we know Wauwatosa Police Officer Mills recovered this from the car.
Yes.
I thought there was a report that referenced a magazine being in the back seat.
There you go. There you go, Judge.
And, sir, are you aware of, now, my understanding based on the prior hearing, as it relates to the identification card is that was removed from Mr. Anderson prior to the arrival of Milwaukee Police Department, and that those on the scene indicated they could not recall where that card was recovered from. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that they took it from a pocket, but they did not know which pocket it came from.
And with regard to this weapon, is it your understanding, based on your review of the investigation, that this weapon was moved from its original location prior to the arrival of Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, is there any evidence documenting, I guess by photograph, the position of this firearm prior to the shooting?
No, sir. And in fact, when the officer was interviewed, he said that he could not remember exactly where it was, but there was no attempt to reconstruct where it might have been.
All right, go ahead.
There you go, Judge.
Let's go to Exhibit 42, page 27.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in this report, this is a report written by Troy Porter, Milwaukee Police Department Officer Troy Porter, on June 23rd, 2016.
That's correct.
And in this report, Troy Porter interviewed Wauwatosa Police Officer Stephen Mills.
Yes.
Before we look into that, what I'd like to do is, I'm sorry I didn't mark this, Your Honor, but I'd like to show what I plan on marking Exhibit 60, which is a video of the Wauwatosa police officers approaching Jay Anderson's cars on June 23rd, 2016. All right.
This is the video that we'll release independently. This is an important video. I think this is the one she's about to show.
Sorry.
Yeah, watch. Just pay attention to
You have to turn on my phone.
the police, how they're doing this.
Sorry. I'm gonna fast forward. I'll note for the record where I'm gonna start at. Let's see. So this is a video that was, I believe this is Stephen Mills' quad car video that was created on June 23rd, 2016 at 3:10 a.m. I'm starting the video at.
You gotta mute your stuff. Right, all this echo is not
Well,
us.
there's 4 minutes and 51 seconds left on the video.
I believe the video indicates it's 3:10:45 at the time you're starting this.
I don't know why, but it says there's 4 minutes, 51 seconds left. I think it's 3:10 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
You good?
Well, you don't blow my eardrums out again.
So, is there any way to turn it down? My side's off.
Okay, hang on.
So we showed a previous video that's on the YouTube channel, them approaching a camera angle from this side. We'll release this video later, but this is important. You're going to want to pay attention.
So I want to identify in this video first before we continue. The person, there's 3 men that are walking in a line. The third person, I believe, is Officer Joseph Mensah.
Yes.
The second person in the middle, I believe that's Wauwatosa Police Officer Mills.
Yes.
And the person in front, I believe, is Wauwatosa Police Officer Ralph Salyers.
Yes.
And this is based on your review of the reports or something else?
This is based on my review reports.
All right.
So let's play it.
Thanks. I'm not sure where we've gone wrong here. What do you say?
There's a volume on the video,
The volume on the video.
like on the, like her screen share, it's all the way up.
When I see when I turn it down, that's what it does. Oh, you don't see it?
Yep.
I can't do it.
Is it by this view options here?
No, on her screen, she just has.
Oh, I see. You want to go show her?
Sorry.
All right, so while they're figuring this out, from the other camera angle that we
There on the
released,
side.
Maybe this microphone with this.
Less
Can I turn
than
it
we
back
need,
off?
and then I don't believe so.
they're going to end up retrieving this gun from the passenger side, but they're looking for stuff. They can't figure out where anything is, and then they all walk
Sorry.
backwards. And then you're going to want to pay attention to the officer handling this gun and what he does
Okay.
with the gun and lack thereof with this clip.
They're clearing the vehicle right now. I headed around the park to see if I can go. You got more spots here?
So the person that's walking away, who is that?
That's Officer Mensah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got to switch back for him to.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I won't talk. I'll just let play it.
All right.
Security on, okay? Have 30 seconds.
available. He's not reading at this time. Can you grab it or no? Put your glove on and can you grab it out of there? All right. Yeah.
Not to secure the gun. Just one. This side, man. Okay, you want me to do it?
Yeah, you just scooped it up and get it out of there.
There you go.
Folks, gotta be closer. Soft. Well, here you go. Just, I'm gonna just make sure, see if I can do anything.
So he still has the gun in his hand.
All done?
Yes. Someone's trying to enter the room.
No, he's not getting in. Steve Sargent.
So according to that video, Mr. Trano, when you retrieve a weapon, a loaded weapon from a crime scene,
All your volumes on. Hang on.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there anywhere in that video do you see Officer Mills taking any bullets out of that gun?
No.
You see him taking a clip out of the weapon.
No.
When you're doing an investigation and there is a loaded weapon on the scene, are you supposed to take out the bullets and clips of a gun?
Actually, no. I mean, you try to secure it. Well, it depends on who you are and at what stage of the investigation. You typically try to secure the weapon exactly where it is. And then once it's, been recovered and after it's been photographed, recovered and all that, then you can clear the weapon at that point.
So if the weapon had been loaded or frankly unloaded, it should have been photographed, correct?
I would have had it photographed before and after, like photograph if it was in a bag, photograph the bag, photograph the weapon, and then unload it. Yes.
According to the 172-page Milwaukee Police Department police report, do we know for sure where the weapon was located?
Just in the front seat area. That's it. Based on
where though?
No.
And how do we?
Is your microphone on now?
Why do we believe that the weapon?
Excuse me, is your microphone working?
The green light's on. Hold on.
Tap it.
Hello?
Okay, because you're not your volume is lower than it was before, so.
Okay, sorry. Let's look at page 27 of Exhibit 42. Now this, I think it's better. Now this is an interview of Wauwatosa police officer Stephen Mills that was taken at the scene by Officer Troy Porter.
Yes.
And according to this report, does Wauwatosa police officer Stephen Mills say whether the weapon was loaded or unloaded?
No.
Does he identify where exactly the weapon was located?
No.
Did Officer Mills say that he took a picture of where the weapon was located?
No.
Should Wauwatosa police officer Stephen Mills or any other police officer, should they have removed the weapon before they photographed it?
It would have been ideal if they could have, under the circumstances, though. You sometimes in the rush to make things safe or adrenaline, you make errors, and this could have been one of those times. But the ideal situation, it would have been left in place. They could have secured it by them staying there with the weapon. I mean, I've had officers stand over top of weapons on crime scenes that were still in flux, just to make sure nobody messed with it. That would have been the ideal situation.
And according to this police report, do we know where the bullets came from?
No.
According to this police reports, do we know if the magazine was in the weapon?
No.
According to this police report, does it say whether or not the weapon had an extended magazine?
No.
How does Officer Mills describe the weapon?
Let me just skim it real quick. He just described it as a gun.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay. And according to the 172-page police report, when was Officer Mills interviewed again by the Milwaukee police officers?
He was not.
So this was the only conversation that the Milwaukee Police Department had with Officer Mills was at the scene of the crime, and that's it.
That's correct.
Do we have any evidence of the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office talking to Officer Mills at all in regards to the J. Anderson Jr. shooting?
We do not.
Do we have any evidence of the FBI or any federal agency talking to Officer Mills in relation to the J. Anderson Jr. shooting?
I have not seen anything. No.
Where the weapon was placed and whether or not there was an extended magazine in the weapon or not, can that inform the credibility of Joseph Mensah in making a charging decision? Oh,
absolutely. Especially where it was placed and why, if it was placed in at certain locations based on his statement, why he didn't see it up to that point.
Thank you. So let's go back to Exhibit 59. Okay. So according Exhibit 59, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. 7th paragraph, last sentence.
On page 2. I'm sorry.
Page 2. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay.
So Exhibit 59, page 2, paragraph 7, last sentence.
Okay.
He, meaning Officer Mensah, did not remember seeing anything else on the seat or in which direction the barrel was facing. Is that information important with regards to an investigation to know, where presumably a weapon was?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Should that have been sort of a follow-up question of somebody in the Milwaukee Police Department, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Department?
Well, that's something that could have been that could have come out during a walkthrough by all the officers, including Officer Mills.
Well, was Officer Mills, was he ever asked to do a walkthrough?
No.
Was Officer Mills ever asked to reconstruct the scene?
No.
And he's never been asked that, as far as to your knowledge.
According to my knowledge, that's correct.
Okay. Now, according to this, the next sentence, Police Officer Mensah stated that he was hazy with the exact chain of events moving forward, but he believed he immediately unholstered his weapon, kept it close to his body, and pointed the barrel down to the ground. At the same time, he ordered, "I see the gun. Keep your hands where I can see them." You see that?
Yes.
Okay. But he doesn't tell Detective Luke O'Day what Jay is saying other than no twice to having an ID.
At this point, that's correct.
Okay. Now let's point to, let's see, Exhibit 53.
Okay, which one is that?
I'll show it to you.
Okay.
I have it. So Exhibit 53, let me pull it up. Exhibit 53 is a picture that was taken on June 23rd, 2016, the front passenger seat of Jay Anderson Jr.'s car. And
Yes.
it's marked with a marking 10.
Pay attention to this.
Yes.
So according to police reports, this was also on the front passenger seat.
That's correct.
Let's look at Exhibit 54.
Mensah says
Exhibit
none of this was there.
54 is the front passenger seat of the Jay Anderson Jr.'s car taken on June 23rd, 2016. Does anything look different with these two photos?
I don't see the other photo up here, but if I remember it correctly, one has money, this one has money in it, and the other one,
I don't know why it's not, okay. So this is Exhibit 53 with the marking 10, all
Yes.
right, the front passenger seat. Now let's look at Exhibit 54, the front passenger seat. Let's see. You see that picture?
yes.
Who moved the money?
The money could have been, the doors were open and the window was open, the money could have blown. That's a possibility right there. So we don't know.
We don't know how the money was moved, but it clearly was moved.
That's
And-
correct.
Whether it's by human or Mother Nature moved it.
That's correct.
These time-stamped, these photos?
Sorry?
Are these photos time-stamped? Do you have certainty as to which was taken first?
I do. I don't have it the way that I saved it, but I can give that to the court.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to find out the
That's-
answer, if
yeah,
you
that's
knew that
good.
or not.
Good point. But according to Mensah's statement, he doesn't note that there's money or a cell phone on the front passenger seat, correct?
That's correct.
He just told Detective Luke O'Day he saw a gun with an extended magazine inserted in the weapon.
That's correct.
And that was inaccurate. Or was it?
Well, like I said, from the picture of the gun that I saw, it doesn't look like it's an extended magazine, but you would probably want somebody more qualified with guns than I am.
Do you believe that Officer Mensah's statements to Detective Luke O'Day are consistent to what the crime scene photos and his other statements showed?
No, not really. And also the video, there's definitely some issues that I have, especially with stuff that's kind of left out and about the actual shooting itself.
Yeah. What are some of his inconsistent statements that would inform you on whether or not it would be appropriate to find probable cause to charge him with an offense or not charge him?
Well, again, like I would want to know more about his thought process, why he did not do certain things or why he did certain things the way that he did leading up to this. Why, why did he not see the gun in the car when he was standing there? We had the opportunity to search the car with his light like he said that he did. But he failed to see the gun. It wasn't until after this long exchange that we only have his side of right there. Why didn't he, once he did see the gun, take a more secure position, have Mr. Anderson, rather than tell him, don't move your hands or keep your hands away from the gun, give him very specific instructions like grab onto the steering wheel, that sort of thing. If you're holding your hands up for a long period of time, 1 minute, you start to get tired. But if you have them on the steering wheel, on the dash, and then you move out of that kill zone to the back, then you're in an extremely, tactical position so that you don't have to shoot unless Mr. Anderson took really specific movements to grab the gun and turn around and shoot at you. So all of those things led up to a situation where if what he is saying is true, Mr. Anderson lunged at the gun, and that's when he shot him. That, that little narrow window right there, that was justified. Everything leading up to it contributed to that. But the problem is when you look at the video and when you look at the autopsy report, there's no evidence that at the time he was shot that Mr. Anderson was lunging towards the gun. Instead, that he was just sitting up straight, looking straight ahead. One other issue about the reconstruction is I would really like to know, I think it would be very, very beneficial to know if you're sitting in the car like Mr. Anderson was leaning back with those bright lights on you, what can you see? What can Mr. Anderson see? Is his vision as to what's over here obstructed by those lights? Could he really see that Officer Mensah was a police officer, even though he was saying that he was? All of these things should have been done, and it actually can still be done to try to get a better idea of what really went on.
So according to this report taken by Detective Luke O'Day, and according to Mensah being there for 5 minutes and 35 seconds in Madison Park, could you please describe what was the exchange of conversation?
At the park?
Yes, at the park.
Okay. Yeah, basically, Officer Mensah coming up, knocking on the window several times, identifying himself, basically wake up. Once the window was rolled down, again telling Anderson to wake up, identify himself as a police officer, asking for ID, which Anderson supposedly said he didn't have. And then, at that point, seeing the gun after and telling him to don't move your hands, don't reach for the gun, that sort of thing for a period of time. I think about a minute, I would have to go look at the exchange because he reports seeing the gun and then a period of time and the shots were fired after that. So that was the totality of the verbal exchanges.
So like a minute, they were talking, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, as far as we don't see anything in exchange where Officer Mensah asked to see a permit for the gun, for instance.
No.
I mean, just because Anderson there was a gun, presumably on the passenger seat, does that give justification for an officer to pull out his weapon and point it at you?
If it's on the passenger seat and you're in a dark place, you can pull out your gun and keep it tucked down to your side. He was saying that Anderson kept dropping his hands down, and that's when he backed up and pointed the gun in a ready fire position. And Anderson kept dropping his hands down, like on at least 3 to 4 occasions, until he, quote, lunged. So what was different about the earlier drops was that he says Anderson lunged towards the gun. And based on the physical findings in the car, there really isn't any evidence of that.
Do we know how long Jay Anderson's hands were up?
I would have to look at the time, but it looked like a couple minutes, I believe.
Mm-hmm. A couple minutes. So it's 3:06 a.m. Jay Anderson has been drinking, and he's been woken up, and his hands are in the air for a couple minutes. At least.
Probably about, a minute and a half to 2 minutes, yes.
And he had already called the car in, correct?
That's correct.
Did it come back as stolen?
No.
So there was no problems with the car either?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we know, are these questions, I know I'm asking you these questions, But are these questions that should have been asked of Officer Joseph Mensah by the Milwaukee Police Department?
Absolutely. That was kind of what stood out to me about this interview, is that so many things were not explored. And even if you don't have the information initially to explore these unanswered questions, once you do get it, then you arrange for another interview and you go back and you ask him about these inconsistencies or issues and get clarification.
Mm-hmm. So, as you heard earlier, that according to a witness, Starkeisha De La Rosa, she indicated that the Milwaukee Police Department came to their house and told her about Jay Anderson being killed.
That's correct.
And they were there for an hour.
Yes.
She indicated that they were telling her about, asking her if he was a drug dealer or he was cheating on her, essentially.
Yes.
They spent more time at Starkeisha and Jay Anderson and Mrs. Anderson's house than they did actually interviewing Officer Mensah with regards to this incident.
Yeah, I think his interview was like 47 minutes total. If it started at 9:50, the report is kind of vague about that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's 47 minutes is an adequate amount of time for them to have interviewed him?
My own personal interviews and interviews that I have seen, that's a very short interview.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to page 3 of Exhibit 59.
Let me ask you something, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason that you're aware of why, based on your training experience, it would not have been appropriate just to ask him to step out of the car once he noticed that he was awake and saw the weapon?
Yes.
That would have been something that he could have done that would have removed Mr. Anderson from the weapon, and he could have kept it secured at that point. Yes, I think that would have been appropriate. However, he was also still in a very bad position where he was. He could have had him stepped out of the car and just move around to the front. So yeah, I mean, these are the options that he had at the time, rather than just step back, stay in the most dangerous place that you could have been in was right there. But he stayed there, and once he thought he saw something that was a threat to him, then he felt like he had to shoot.
In your opinion, was Mr. Anderson being cooperative with Officer Mensah?
Again, I'm just going, I don't really see anything where he wasn't being cooperative. I mean, based on what we kind of know about now about his mental state, about him, being intoxicated and all of that. It also seems like, based on the interview, he was kind of given a multitude of instructions. And so maybe he just didn't know which one to do.
Mm-hmm. But we do know that when Officer Mensah approached the car, that he tapped on the window, right?
Yes, we do.
And we know at some point, Jay Anderson started interacting with him.
Yes.
And we know at some point that Jay Anderson turned the key in the ignition to raise down the window.
Yes.
And we know at some point that Officer Mensah, according to a statement with Luke O'Day, was asked twice whether or not he had any ID, and Jay Anderson answered the question, according to Mensah.
Yes.
And we know that at some point that Jay Anderson put his hands up, and Officer Mensah asked him to put his hands up.
Yes.
Is that all compliance?
Yes.
We also know, well, let me ask you something. When the district attorney makes a charging decision on whether or not for anyone, well, let's talk about this. The district attorney's office made a decision on December 5th, 2016, to not criminally charge Officer Mensah. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did they base that charging decision on, as far as you know?
As far as I know, just the findings of the Milwaukee Police Department, the file information that I reviewed, in the not the body cameras, but the car cameras and the transcripts.
So presumably they looked at the 172-page Milwaukee Police Department report, Exhibit 42, and photographic evidence, video evidence, audio evidence in order to make their charging decisions.
Yes, if they did anything else, I have no information about that.
You have no personal knowledge about that.
That's correct.
But we do know that they never talked to Officer Mensah more than 47 minutes, as far as what's in the report.
That's correct.
We know that Officer Mills, who took the weapon out of the car, other than him having a brief conversation with the Milwaukee Police Department officer, there was no other interviews of him, correct?
That's correct.
We also know that his partner, Officer Salyers, who was also at the scene and who's the one that opened the door to Jay Anderson Jr.'s car, other than him being talked to at the scene, he was never talked to again, correct?
That's correct.
We also know that the Wauwatosa Police Department, at least 16 officers were participating or involved in the police investigation that was headed by the Milwaukee Police Department, and they wrote reports about what they observed and what happened, to the best of their recollection, as far as we know.
Yes.
And that was also taken in consideration, we believe, by the district attorney's office.
I would assume that they had that information, yes.
And we also know according to the district attorney's office was working off this very flawed investigation in making their charging decisions.
Yes, in my opinion, it was quite an inadequate investigation, and if that's what they had to work off of, then that's what they had to work off of.
Do you believe there is probable cause to charge Officer Mensah with a crime?
I do.
Do you believe that crime should have been second-degree reckless homicide?
And based on my understanding of the law, yes.
Do you believe there's probable cause to charge Officer Mensah with homicide by negligent handling of a dangerous weapon?
Yes.
Do you believe that Officer Mensah displayed criminal recklessness that was inconsistent with his training?
Yes.
Do you believe that Officer Mensah was criminally negligent and that criminal negligence was inconsistent with his training?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Well, I do have one more thing, sorry. Let's look at Exhibit 59 again, page 3. There you go, you're there.
I am.
Okay. So let's look at where it says Police Officer Mensah maintained a distance from the vehicle as he waited for backup.
Yes.
And he further states, he stated the park was huge and extremely dark. He further stated he couldn't see anything because of the takedown lights of his squad.
Yes.
So Officer Mensah blinded himself with his own lights.
That's correct.
Is this exactly why, or is this one of the reasons why his takedown lights should not have been enacted during this traffic stop as opposed to his emergency lights?
Especially where he was located. That's correct. Yes.
And where was he located?
He was located in the at the front of the vehicle, about 2 to 3 car lengths away.
Okay. I have nothing further.
And sir, based on your review of the investigation, did it appear to you that at any point the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office requested any follow-up interviews of anybody involved with this investigation?
No, sir, there's no documentation that I saw that was done.
All right, anything further?
I do. Is it clear to you that the any federal agency requested any follow-up investigation with regards to this situation?
Based on the documentation that I have, no.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. We're going to be in recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you guys want to if you have questions, I'm gonna obviously keep the stream up. But if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer or clarify.
Sorry, I'm just trying to organize that.
Schedule a space right there for next week.
So I was gonna call the father quick, and then like really quick. I won't show any video or anything. And then I'm gonna see if my other Pamela Holmes, and she's an expert. She's a supervisor in training, so she's just gonna talk about the policy. I think I'm gonna have to put on.
So he's not here.
Well, no, he can't. I told him he didn't. I told him he probably wouldn't happen today.
Okay, we'll see. Have you looked into any,
Yeah.
Well, my experts were gonna testify to that, but I haven't had like a list of experts because to be honest, that's yes, because I might recall, train them. I just kind of also export it to the web website. Right, yeah, she does.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I might just recall train them now. Okay, thank you.
See back in. It's definitely pretty intense. There's a lot of inconsistencies with statements. There's weird things happening with evidence. You know, Mensah, even in the last hearing, when Harmoning was testifying, so you have two expert witnesses testifying that Mensah created this dangerous situation, and because he created this situation, not following policy, putting himself in an unsafe and kind of non-tactical position, is what leads to him shooting Anderson. Whereas if he would have done it different, potentially there's a different outcome. The judge is obviously picking up on some of this. I'm sure all of it, but just asking some of these questions. If you guys weren't here for part 1 of this, that's up on the channel, and I've put links to the articles, different videos, and then once I release that other video that we saw with them removing the gun from the different camera angle, we'll link that in both these videos too, make things easier for people to find. But yeah, again, so I mean, it is definitely important to note that at the time of the scene, they're talking about this clip of this gun not being in the gun and in the back seat. And in that video that we'll release, there's even commentary, and it's hard to hear. That's why with they have copies of the transcripts and things, where they're referring to different stuff, but Salyers orders Mills to, grab this gun, and the clip, and Mills is saying in the video, he says, "I don't see shit." There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff. So some updates for you guys while we're kind of waiting to see for them to resume. So obviously, some of you are only on the YouTube channel. So obviously, make sure you like and follow the Never Stop Media Facebook page. Sorry, I'm trying to see around my phone. So we've posted a lot of stuff on there. Several articles that we've released. Oh, thank God. And one of the things, so we wrote an article on the writ of mandamus lawsuit against KPD, because Kenosha Police Department has refused to provide open records requests that I've filed, 13 of them, over the course of the last 7 months. And so I filed a writ of mandamus, and also because of that, led to 2 other articles in regards to privacy information coming out of that courthouse that shouldn't. And then looking on the court website, which was updated sometime yesterday. So it looks like my mandamus hearing is going to be on April 23rd at 10 a.m. So they just issued the court date. And that'll be by Zoom. Also, we have some records coming from Mount Pleasant Police Department. So let me just get to this. I'll post some of this stuff here. So in this article, this talks about Mount Pleasant and what we're going after. So some stuff is going to be released to us. We're going to end up releasing this stuff to the public. And then we just got approval from another entity for records. It's going to be quite extensive, and it's going to cost a significant amount of money. In obtaining this, we have to actually provide an external hard drive to this specific entity to put these records on. So I have to purchase one in order to provide that. So we're trying to raise money to purchase that. And then we'll have to pay for the records themselves too. So, but this stuff that we're getting on this external hard drive, this has never been released. So once we can pay for the hard drive, which we need to do in the next 24 to 48 hours, we can drop that off, and then we need to come up with, it's going to be several $100s to get these records. And this is super crucial that we get these. And then the records from the Mount Pleasant Police Department, that we're going after.
Otherwise,
Yeah, I don't know, this should be on before, Commissioner State.
well, I think they're trying to have us clear some of them.
So if you guys are
I don't remember any.
able to help, this is super crucial. And then obviously we need to extend this Airbnb. I was actually supposed to be out of here this morning at 11, and I need to be able to extend this. This is, otherwise, as soon as I'm done streaming, I'm out. So if any of you guys want to help, if you're able to,
Here he is.
it'd be appreciated. Okay, looks like we're coming back here.
Alex, you there?
Yep.
Ooh, you're loud. You know how we got this initial appearance on the calendar tomorrow afternoon? For Stovall?
I didn't see that. One sec.
Yeah, apparently it's you and Schwantes. I don't know who put it on there. But maybe you might know a little bit about it.
So for those of you from Facebook, so we've uploaded several videos that we've linked in regards to our investigation on
You see it?
how my filing of documents was
If you
leaked
don't
out of this
mind,
courthouse,
shooting Travis an email and telling him
and then
that we don't want to
an
do it
event that we
tomorrow
did.
morning.
So there are a few other videos that are
Or
up here.
he can zoom in the morning and we'll give him a different date for it.
But on the actual
I don't know.
website,
That's the only reason
we
need to
have
be here in the
several new
afternoon.
articles
I don't want to do that, so.
that are up
Yeah, that's
for
fine.
those of you that
I
haven't
don't
read
think we want to do that by that initial appearance by Zoom either.
that
So
haven't read these.
we'll work out a different date if we can't get
So
it
this
in
is
the morning
all
sometime.
because of open records requests.
Sounds good.
All
Right,
these
makes
new
sense.
articles.
Yep. Aye.
And then if you're wondering why I don't live stream anymore, that article's up here as well.
You good? All right, who's next?
I'd like to recall Jim Trina, please.
Looks like he's still here.
Yes, and I do want to just say for the gallery, I'm going to be showing some graphic photographs, so you're aware. Everyone wants to leave.
Yeah, there's a
No,
warning
Mr. Train, I'm
on
sorry
these
to,
photos. If
I
you guys
said I
don't
was
want to see
done, but I
this,
wasn't.
click off. These are going to be
So
bad.
let's talk about the bullet wounds that Jay Anderson had.
Telling you right now, these
All right.
photos are going to be bad. If you
First
do not
and
want to see this,
foremost,
then leave.
Do you think an objectively reasonable officer, do you think Joseph Mensah was, trying to figure out how to phrase this. Do you think the amount of force that Joseph Mensah used was objectively reasonable?
No, I thought he fired too many times. I'm sure that you know, based on his training, you fire a couple of times and then you evaluate. And especially he's firing, he's backing up. And I think that the number of gunshot, since we need to account for each and every gunshot wound when we do these investigations and all of that, I think that Mr. Anderson was incapacitated by the first two gunshot wounds, no matter which ones they were, and the other ones need not have been fired.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that Officer Mensah faced an imminent fear of death or great bodily harm?
According to his statement, if you take his statement at face value, he did, but it's not consistent with but there's inconsistencies there, and I don't believe it's consistent with the physical evidence as I know it.
Do you believe an objectively reasonable officer would have felt that they were in imminent death or were in great bodily harm against Jay Anderson? That wasn't a good question.
Well, and again, like I said, my statement is based on what he's saying, but we have reason to believe, to doubt that that was actually the situation. If you look at the totality of it, especially the gunshot wounds and where they were, and in his position in the car, I would say no.
Do you believe that objectively reasonable officer would have felt that they needed to defend their life against Jay Anderson Jr.?
The situation that was created here was created by Officer Mensah. I heard it put one way where you can't start a fight and then claim self-defense afterwards. It's like we were talking about, the officer-induced, risk right here, where the officer's actions cumulatively led up to the situation where the shooting occurred. And there were several decisions that he could have actively made during that time period that would have eliminated the need his perceived need to shoot Mr. Anderson.
And Officer Mensah mentioned in his interview with Luke O'Day that Mensah was lunging for the gun and reaching for the gun. Those are the terms that he was using, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the bullet wounds on Jay Anderson. I'm going to share my screen. And
If you don't want to see this, then close your
first, I
video.
want to show.
These are really graphic. Just letting you guys know this right now.
This is Exhibit 54, a photograph of the inside of Jay Anderson Jr.'s car.
Yes,
Can you see it?
I do.
Now, do you see any blood or anything on the front passenger seat or even the middle console in this
No.
photo?
All right, you're gonna have to, we're not gonna have this simultaneously as you've seen before. You're gonna have to show the picture, I'm gonna take the picture off and then ask some questions.
Okay,
Otherwise, that's why we're not hearing him.
no problem.
So,
So, Mr. Trainer, what I'd like for you to look at when I show you this picture is I'd like you to pay attention to the front passenger seat of the car, as well as the middle console of Jay Anderson Jr.'s car. And I would like for you to note for the record whether or not you see any blood splatter or anything on the front passenger seat or the middle console.
Okay.
and then after you take the photo off, we'll make it so we can hear him again.
Okay.
I don't know why they can't hear, but we can. Jesus Christ.
Okay, could you please state for the record what you observed?
There was no blood on the middle console or on the front passenger seat that I saw that was visible.
And would that photographic evidence, is that consistent with Jay Anderson presumably, throwing his body or lunging for something on the front passenger seat?
If he was lunging and he was shot at that position, then there should, in my opinion, there should be blood down there.
And you didn't see that, according
I
to
did not see that, no.
And according to the photos, you didn't see any blood splatter or any evidence of blood splatter on the money or the cell phone that was also on the front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, now let's look at the autopsy photos.
These are bad people.
So what I want to show you are the entrance and exit wounds on Jay Anderson.
So they showed these on day one, but you guys weren't able to
We're
see.
going to start with Exhibit 24.
This is an actual body, so if you don't want to see this, close your video.
Sorry, again, I want you to pay attention to where the
Let me just
wound is because I can't talk and show you the photo.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Is there any basis to conclude that this witness will be qualified as an expert to testify about things like angle of the shooting and things of that nature, which are typically pretty specialized areas of expertise?
Well, I can talk to him about that.
All right.
Mr. Trainum, have you ever conducted any homicide investigations?
I have, yes.
And within your homicide investigations, have you ever, as a person working these investigations, noted the sort of the way in which a bullet travels within a human being?
Well, yes, we typically get that information from the medical examiner. We can try to use that information along with the information, like there's some blood spatter in the car on the, I don't know what you call it, but behind the driver's seat on the wall there. It takes us along that, excuse me, that line to try to reconstruct what happened, where the person was at the time.
So
yes, we do preliminary investigations like that, but it's also, but we also rely on the medical examiner, and we rely sometimes on crime scene reconstruction experts but we typically do it ourselves initially and get an idea as to what we're looking at.
And so you've been relied upon to sort of talk about the ballistics as it relates to shootings in other investigations. Is that correct?
At the preliminary stage, typically, yes.
And have other law enforcement officers or district attorney's offices relied on your preliminary investigations to inform whether or not your ballistics analysis is accurate?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very conservative, a couple of dozen at least.
And I'm sorry, like, you've done what, a couple dozen times?
Basically using bullet paths and trajectory and the medical examiner's information to try to come up with basic theories as to where somebody might have been at the time that they were shot.
Right, and you've never been qualified as a ballistics reconstruction expert, have you?
No, sir.
So, I mean, he can testify based on his own training and experience, but it's not going to carry the kind of weight that it would if he had expertise in this area.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I wouldn't overdo it.
Thank you. So what I want to talk about are the autopsy photos,
That was
and
close.
what I'm going to have to do is show you the photos, and then we're going to have to come back and have a conversation. So the first photo I want to show you is Exhibit 24, which is Jay Anderson's entrance wound, as identified by the medical examiner, Dr. Talomac.
Okay, once again, these are
So I'll have to
graphic.
just go through and show each photo that you plan to, and then we'll get him back on for questions.
Okay.
If you guys are just tuning in, these are about to be graphic pictures. If you don't want to see that, close
I'm
the
going to show
video.
you all the photos first, and then we'll talk about each one. So the first photo was the entrance to the ear. And I'll sort of circle around it as I show it, what I wanted you to pay attention to, okay?
Okay.
All right. So just for the record, Exhibit 24, entrance wound. I'm showing the expert Exhibit 25.
They're not coming up.
Okay.
Which is a wound behind the left ear.
Yes. So I'm showing you Exhibit 25, the wound behind the left ear. I think I have to keep sharing, not sharing as I move forward.
Okay.
Exhibit 26.
That's a photo demonstrating 2 gunshots through wounds to the right side of the head. One in the ear, one above the ear, and slightly to the rear.
Yes.
Exhibit 27, exit wound.
That's showing the left side of his head.
Yes.
Now, with regards to those 4 photos, the first, Exhibit 24, the wound to the right side of the ear that exited behind the left side of the ear. Based on your training and experience, where would Officer Mensah have had to position his body in order for that wound to have gone directly through Jay Anderson like that?
Well, also with the medical examiner's finding that there was no up or down deviation, he would, Mr. Anderson would typically have had to have been straight up and down, and the bullet goes straight through.
So Mr. Anderson would have had been facing forward.
Facing forward with Officer Mensah over to the side.
So Mr. Anderson, just to be clear, would have had been facing forward with Officer Mensah to his right.
That's correct.
And in order to have made that bullet trajectory based on your training experience, could Jay Anderson have, like, was his head moved to the right or was it looking straight ahead?
I really think it's beyond his area.
Well, yeah, because also we don't know exactly where Officer Mensah was standing in that small angle right there during that time. So that's where a crime scene reconstruction would be extremely beneficial to really, identify exactly, or as closely as possible, where people were when all this occurred. Because you also have in the car, you have blood spatter in the car. You also have some bullet holes in the headrest, and all of those things can be used to calculate. Like I said, I could come up with a preliminary theory, but in doing so, I would like to have the medical examiner there and people like that.
Well, based on Officer Mensah's interview with Luke O'Day, where he's saying that Jay Anderson kept glancing down to the gun, is at least bullet wound number 1, is that consistent based on your training experience of him having to have, slightly have his head to the right and down?
No.
And how fast does a gun would the bullet traveled from where Officer Mensah was standing to Jay Anderson?
I mean, basically, it would have hit Mr. Anderson when he was in the same position as when the gun was fired.
So presumably, it would have been very difficult for Jay Anderson, for instance, to be glancing down to the right and then move his head back, between, Mensah shooting and the bullet meeting his head, his ear.
That's correct.
Let's look at the wound number 3 that I showed you, exhibit number 27. That was in the top part above the ear to the right. And where did the bullet exit again?
Top wound to the right. Hold on. I'm also looking at the medical examiner's report too. I'm sorry, I should have told you that.
No problem. I'll show you the wound again. So
Okay.
this is exhibit 27. Sorry, exhibit 26. Okay. So we're
From the scalp, yes.
okay.
And that was also straight across with no deviation.
So straight across, no deviation as well.
That's correct.
And based on your training and experience, it's consistent that there was no up or down deviation according to the autopsy.
That's correct.
And based on your training experience, that wound presumably couldn't have been made if Anderson was looking down and to the right,
That's correct.
because it went straight through from top to top.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at,
Again, I can't give this a lot of weight.
sorry.
I mean, it's not illogical. I'm not saying that, but this is a highly specialized area, and he's acknowledged that he doesn't have the requisite expertise in this kind of assessment to offer opinions to a reasonable degree of professional certainty. So I really am hesitant to continue this line of questioning.
No problem, Your Honor.
He really hasn't said anything inconsistent with the ME,
Right,
but as you know,
right.
the ME does not offer opinions such as the one you're seeking to establish right now.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you something, Mr. Trainin. In the 172-page Milwaukee Police Department report, did they have a ballistics expert evaluate the gunshot wounds, to your knowledge?
No, they did not.
Do you think that would have been helpful to the investigation?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of the crime scene analysis, and that's one of the things that I personally think is really missing from this investigation, because that could definitely answer a lot of questions.
And based on your review of the 172-page report, you indicated in the beginning of this testimony that you yourself have offered preliminary information as to bullet wounds, correct?
That's correct.
And when you've done that, have you written that in a report or put that in a report?
There've been times when I have, especially when it's done in conjunction with like the ME's findings and things like that. Yes.
And so based on your review of this investigation, did you see any preliminary investigative reports that do what you always do and evaluating the gunshot wounds?
The only thing that I saw was when they found 2 bullet holes in the headrest, they put metal rods through those to determine the path of the bullet there. But nothing else combining the car with Mr. Anderson's body and trying to match the bullet holes up together.
Right. And that's, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it routine homicide investigation work that's done that would do that?
Oh, yes. I mean, there are definitely people out there. Several departments have people trained to do that because they do it so frequently. But there's also other experts that can be consulted as well. The FBI, even without, having the actual car and all of that, there are people who can reconstruct the actual path of the bullets and things based on the available evidence.
Mm-hmm. And that never happened here?
No.
The Milwaukee Police Department never did that evaluation?
No.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office never did that evaluation?
Not that I have any information, no.
To your knowledge, no federal agency ever did that evaluation?
No.
I have nothing further.
And you've referenced here these 2 rods that were used in the headrest. Is that memorialized in one of these reports?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see anything in that report referencing any language regarding a need for additional investigation in that regard?
No, sir.
Do you recall if there were any opinions stated based upon the use of those 2 rods only for the headrest?
No, it was just the rods and the measurements as to where they came out in the headrest.
Now, let's say for the sake of this conversation that the petitioner is able to prove that Mr. Anderson never moved forward in his car in the vehicle. How does that impact your assessment as to criminal liability here?
Like when he was shot, he was just sitting straight up?
Correct. In other words,
yeah.
if there is no convincing proof that he lunged forward towards the weapon prior to being shot,
then that definitely contradicts what Officer Mensah said, and it removes the justification for the shots being fired.
Anything further?
Yes, I'd like to just show them the other 2 videos or the other 2 pictures. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 28.
See, and there's nothing in the evidence that suggests that Anderson actually lunged or moved, which removes justification to be shot. That's important.
And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 29.
The videos don't even show it. So this was labeled the 4th shot in his shoulder after he was already slunched over.
Now, based on your viewing of the Exhibit 28 and 29, those bullet wounds were also made to the right side of Mr. Anderson's body, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Jay Anderson Sr.
And in the video that we released, you can see the first shot actually struck Anderson in the head. So there's no question on whether or not that shoulder shot was the last shot after he was struck multiple times in the head and face. And the
Please raise
ME
your right hand and remain standing.
medical examiner has already testified that the bullets went straight through. No downward angle.
You may be seated.
That was in day 1.
All right, please speak right in the microphone. Please state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Jay Anderson, Jayyanderson.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Anderson, on June 22nd, 2016, who were you living with?
My wife Linda Anderson, Jay Anderson Jr., Starkeisha, Dewan, and Jalen.
And you were also living with, you said Jay Anderson Jr., correct?
Yes.
And on June 22nd, 2016, was Jay Anderson working?
Yes.
Where did he work?
Ruby Tuesdays, and we landscape together.
Okay.
He helped me land. I got a little landscape business. That's what he helped me do.
Okay. And do you recall if he was working on that date?
No, we didn't work that day.
Okay. But would you work often though together?
Yes. If he'd have to work morning, sometimes because he was a cook at Ruby Tuesday. Some days he worked mornings and nights. So that day he didn't work, but we didn't work that day.
And on June 22nd, 2016, do you recall seeing your son?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you saw him on June 22nd?
Saw baby Jay, about 9:30 or 10 o'clock that night. That was the last time I saw him.
And what did you guys do?
Before that, I was, me as a dad, I was complaining about there was no more garbage bags, and him and his mom rode to the store and got some, and they stopped and got dinner also. So we ate cousin subs, and that's what we did.
Who bought the cousins?
Me or my wife. I did, or my wife, I don't know exactly. One of us.
And so the three of you ate dinner together?
Yes.
Okay. And then you last saw him at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, 10 o'clock at night.
And the next day, officers came to your house, correct?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
Well, he told me, he said, it's Mr. Anderson here. I said, who you talking about? Me? He's like, I could look in his eyes and tell that he wasn't talking about me. And I looked at him and said, are you talking about my son, Jay Anderson Jr.? And he said, yeah, unfortunately, he got into an altercation with a police officer and he's deceased.
Did he give you any more information?
No, he just said he got an altercation. That was it. And then then he had to show me a picture to identify my son.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you identified him?
Yes. I did.
And who was at the home at that time?
Me, Linda, Star, Dewan, Jalen, and my other son, Trey.
You were all together?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that your son was at Madison Park?
Yes.
And does Jay have why would Jay go to Madison Park?
Basically, that's where we would have our Father's Day picnics and go up there, take the kids up there to go swimming, and it's several things to do up there, basketball courts. It's just a place for him to unwind, us to unwind. That's where we went.
Do you recall if you had a Father's Day picnic in Madison Park in June 2016?
Yes, we had one June 19th. That same year, we had before that we had an anniversary party there, and then we had a Father's Day picnic at Madison Park.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And this was 4 days prior?
Yes.
And did Jay attend that Father's Day picnic?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And by the way, was baby Jay, was he right-handed or left-handed?
Baby Jay was right-handed.
He was right-handed?
Yes.
Okay. And so the officers came to your house and they told you that baby Jay got into an altercation with the police. And did they tell you anything else?
No.
Did they ask you about the money that he had on him?
If they did, I'll start grieving. I just don't remember.
Okay. Did they ask you where he worked at?
No.
Did they ask you if he worked with you?
No.
Did they ask you about any marijuana that they said they found on him?
No.
Did they ask you about the weapon?
No.
Okay. And how long were they there?
To my knowledge, I remember seeing him for like 40 minutes or so, and then he went outside with Star, I remember. Detective Day did.
Okay. Okay. And at some point after this, Did the Milwaukee Police Department officers, did they ever, let me backtrack. That day when they came to your house, did they ask you if they could observe Baby J's room? Go look at it.
No.
Did they ask you if he was on any medications?
No.
Did they ask you whether or not he was depressed or what his moods were, anything like that?
No.
Did they ask you what you did with him on June 22nd?
No.
Did they ask you who Baby J was with?
No.
Did they leave a card for you to call them in case you had any questions?
No.
So at some point, you met with the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the district attorney's office, who'd you meet with?
We met with Kent Laverne. Exactly. Kent Laverne was there, Detective O'Day, and another detective. I don't remember his name.
And who went with you?
It was me, Starkeisha, and my sister Jackie Anderson, and the attorney Yao from Chicago.
Okay. And in that meeting, what happened?
Well, Detective O'Day called our house and told us we need to get down there now and come look at this video before they put it out. And we didn't know how the situation on stuff like this with an officer involved shoot. So we was just stunned and called a lawyer from Chicago, and we just try to get down there to do that.
So he told you, come down here now to look at this video.
Or it's gonna be put out tomorrow. Yeah.
And by put out tomorrow, you mean put out to the media?
Yes.
What was the rush for them putting it out to the media?
That I don't know.
Did you ask for it to be put out to the media?
After I saw it and reviewed the tape, and the DA gave his decision, I wanted it out then.
Mm-hmm.
I asked the detective to put it out. Yes, I did.
And when you went down to talk with the DA and talk with Luke O'Day, did they ask you to confirm whether or not Baby J worked with you?
No, they never did do that.
Other than when they came to your house and asked you and told you about Baby J and what happened to him, did they ever ask you any questions about, they meaning the Milwaukee Police Department? Did they ever ask you any questions about his employment status?
No.
Did the DA's office ever ask you any questions about his employment status?
No.
Did any federal agents ever ask you any questions about his employment status?
No.
Other than the questions that you were asked the first day when they informed you about what happened to Baby J, did the Milwaukee Police Department detectives ever ask you any questions about Jay's background?
No.
Any mental or medical history?
No.
Ever asked you how he feels about police officers?
No.
Did that ever happen? Any of these questions I'm giving you, just a short, make it go faster. Had you been asked any background information on Baby J by the district attorney's office?
No.
Any background information, Baby J, by any federal officers?
No.
Never was asked any questions.
No questions.
Was this the first meeting that you had with anyone from the district attorney's office, sir?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with the district attorney's office?
I would say 3 or 4.
3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And in those 3 or 4 meetings, did they never ask you any of these questions?
No.
Did any Milwaukee Police Department detectives ever come back to your house and ask to look at Baby J's room?
No.
Did any federal agents or anybody from the district attorney's office ever come to your home and ask to look at Baby J's room?
No.
Did they ever ask you where he got the gun from?
Not that I remember.
That's your room. Okay. Did they ever ask you? So as far as you know, they never really investigated
No.
you or who Baby J actually was.
No, they did not.
To your knowledge, did they ever talk to your wife, Linda Anderson,
No.
and ever question her in these ways?
No.
Did Detective Day or any detectives ever ask you if your son sold drugs?
No.
I have nothing further.
Did they ask you anything about whether or not he had a habit of possessing weapons, sir?
No, sir.
No questions regarding weapons or?
No.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Who's next?
Your Honor, I'd like to call Pamela Holmes. I'm wondering if it's possible if I could take a minute to call her.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
She a citizen or law enforcement or what?
She's a law enforcement.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sorry, she's coming in from Madison. She said she's in the building. She's about 3 minutes away.
Fine. You want to wait for her outside? Just bring her in when you're ready.
All right, thank you.
Is there any questions or anything while we're waiting for them to come back? There's quite a few breaks today.
Anybody call to cancel for tomorrow yet?
No.
You got 3 or 4 calls by now. So.
She's gonna appear by Zoom.
Okay. You just told me she drove in from Madison?
Sorry?
I thought you just told me she drove in from Madison.
That's what I thought she said, but she said it was quicker for her to just pull over and, as opposed to try to come down here and find parking and all that.
Okay.
So I'll send her the Zoom.
Yeah.
Can you hear us all right?
Pull over.
Yes.
Okay.
She got a back.
All right, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Pamela J. Holmes. Pamela J. Holmes. HOLMES.
You're coming through just a little bit loud, if we can,
Okay, let me turn it down. Hold on.
a little bit.
Yeah, it's a backdrop. It's not a real scenery.
Does it work better?
You could go down a little bit more.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, that's good.
all right.
So, Ms. Holmes, or Mrs. Holmes,
Miss is fine. Yeah.
sorry, Miss is fine.
Yep. Yep.
So, Ms. Holmes, could you please, for the court, describe your law enforcement experience?
Yes. I retired from the Milwaukee Police Department after 26 years. I started my career in 1992, and I retired October of 2017. I served as upon retirement, for the last 18 years of that was as a patrol supervisor with the Milwaukee Police Department. And I worked at District 7 is where I retired from. And I also worked on the MERT team, Major Incidents Response Team, that dealt with protest or supposedly weapons of mass destruction incidents and things like that.
And in your 6 years as a Milwaukee Police Department law enforcement officers, what were your different titles?
I was a police officer, and then I started off as a police officer, and then I was promoted to sergeant in 2000, were the two titles that I held. And I also was acting shift commander. That's when we wouldn't have a lieutenant available, and he or she would be off, and I would be in charge of the entire district where I worked at.
And that's District 7, you said?
I retired from District 7, but that would be any district that I would be assigned to.
These are all just expert witness
So,
people.
in your 26 years as Milwaukee Police Department law enforcement officer, sergeant, did you ever supervise any other law enforcement officers?
Yes, I would supervise regular patrol officers that worked under me, or if I happened to go to another district and had to fill in for another sergeant, if one was not available, I would serve there as well.
And in your time as a Department law enforcement officer, were you involved in any investigations?
I was involved in many investigations within the Milwaukee Police Department, being a supervisor, overseeing the investigations, make sure that they're ran right, that they're set up, and they're ready for whenever CIB or whoever else gets there.
Okay. And based on your experience with working within the Milwaukee Police Department, did you ever work with the Wauwatosa Police Department?
There would be times, yes, when they would come into Milwaukee, or either we would go into Wauwatosa if it was a vehicle pursuit or a foot pursuit or something like that, or something suspicious that was on the border. Yes.
Did you ever work with Officer Joseph Mensah?
No.
Do you know Officer Joseph Mensah?
I do not.
And in your time of working in Milwaukee Police Department, did you ever testify in court?
Yes.
Did you ever testify for any police shootings or homicide investigations in court?
No.
Did you ever testify for any shooting cases in court?
I testified to so many. I don't remember any in particular that sticks out at me. No.
Okay. And in your work as a police officer in the Milwaukee Police Department, did you ever supervise officers in relation to whether or not they were following the right policies and procedures?
Absolutely.
And could you please explain your work in that?
So my role as a supervisor, and the reasons why you have sergeants is to make sure that officers are making the right calls, the right decisions, that they're following policies and procedures that are set forth by the Milwaukee Police Department. And if they need help with getting figuring out a task, if it's too cumbersome for them to make a decision, then the decision will fall on the supervisor to help them come to the conclusion that they need to write an effective report.
And as a sergeant with the police department, as a sergeant with the Milwaukee Police Department, did you ever give any opinions as to whether or not officers followed correct policies and procedures that impacted their employment status?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you please describe that?
There were some times I had to go to the Fire and Police Commission when an officer would try to get his job back, and because he did not follow policies and procedures. And I had to give a testimony in front of the Deputy Chief Shunk and the Fire and Police commissioners, and just to give insight on what the officer said when they first spoke with me. And it's like the initial reporting. What did the officer say to you? And then, you give them an opportunity to think about it. You go back and ask them again to clear up some things, and you then write what they said in a detailed report.
Okay. And could you please explain your current position? I know you're trying to drive in from Madison. What's your current position?
Right now, I am retired. I retired, like I said, in 2017, but I am still actively involved in the community. So I also started this year, right after, post George Floyd, we started this group called the Council of Floyd, and it met with several different people within the community activists, the NAACP, the Urban League, Divine Nine, just a host of different people in the community. And as retired law enforcement officers, several law enforcement officers trying to figure out a way to bridge the gap between law enforcement and community, because police relationships with the community right now are very fractured. And just seeing some of the things I had seen here in Milwaukee with the protest, it was kind of like, why aren't they speaking of the police, taking a more direct approach and going and talking to the people, which is what we were taught when I worked on the Milwaukee Police Department. We didn't let things just get out of control. We kind of went to go, and whoever the person was that was calling the shots on the other side, we would go and meet with that person and talk to that person, figure out how can we help? What can we do to help you? You know what I mean? So, and I just left Madison because I was picked to be on the Racial Disparities Task Force with Speaker Robin Voss. He hasn't been there, but Representative Jim Steineke for the Republican side and Sheila Stubbs from the Democratic side, they are the co-chairs of this here team. And it's retired, myself, I'm a retired officer, then it's active officers, it's active chiefs that's on the job from West Dallas and someplace up north, and several different community activists and faith-based leaders kind of trying to figure out different pieces of legislative bills in regards to chokeholds and things like that, and use of force and when to report and the duty to report and whistleblowing, all those different things. So it ends at 3:00, but I left so I can get back here to come to this.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So in your 26 years in law enforcement, how many times have you fired your weapon while you're on duty?
Twice.
And did those 2 times result in any fatalities?
No, they did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court, based on Sergeant Ms. Holmes' past experience, qualify her as a policies and procedures expert.
I don't know. Have you ever been involved in any training of officers, Sergeant Holmes?
I can barely hear you with my volume down.
Okay,
but,
I can speak louder.
Okay, thank you.
Were you involved at any time in any training of law enforcement officers during your time at MPD?
I was not an instructor, but like during MERT, when we have the major incidents response training, and I would be like a team leader over the people that I supervised. So that would be my extent of my training, but was I an instructor? No.
But you are familiar with the training standards that are in existence in City of Milwaukee with regard to MPD?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Now, Ms. Holmes, has anyone paid you for your testimony?
No.
No one from the J. Anderson family or myself?
No, ma'am.
In preparation for your testimony today,
Yeah, that
what
was
documents
close.
have you reviewed?
That was super close.
I reviewed the video, and I reviewed I think it's 100 and something pages of different reports from different officers from Milwaukee and Wauwatosa regarding Jay Anderson.
So you're referring to the video of the Jay Anderson shooting. You reviewed that video,
Yes, ma'am.
and you reviewed the 172 pages Milwaukee Police Department report.
Yes.
That exhibit 42?
Yes.
All right, that's fine.
Did you review any? Did you review the use of force training?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Did you review the law enforcement investigation of fatalities and great bodily harm policies and procedures, the Wauwatosa Police Department, Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Did you review the Wauwatosa Police Department Vehicle Contacts Training, Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Did you review the Wauwatosa Police Department in-squad digital recording video policies and procedures, Exhibit 4?
Yes.
So let's talk about the shooting of Jay Anderson. First of all, would you classify that as a traffic stop?
Absolutely. Yes.
Why?
Whenever an officer is making a stop, if they're inside of a car, is considered to be a traffic stop. If the officer is riding on a bicycle or they're walking a beat, that's called an FI stop. So that is the reason why it's a traffic stop, because you have a vehicle. You came from the vehicle. That's what your work tool is for the day.
So the fact that Jay Anderson was in the vehicle and Joseph Mensah was in the vehicle, that made it a traffic stop.
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing the video, do you have any opinion as to how Officer Mensah approached the vehicle or how he parked his car?
Yes, Officer Mensah put himself in a self-created jeopardy situation because we were never taught to enter the fatal funnel to conduct a traffic stop. You never approach from the front.
Oh, hold on.
Go ahead.
Let's back up. Could you please describe that you're never taught to approach the fatal funnel position? What does the fatal funnel position mean?
So what is the fatal funnel, the fatal funnel is kind of like from the driver's side door. It goes around the front of the car to the passenger side door. Anything within that area right there is kind of like called the fatal funnel. You don't walk into that because that's known as the kill zone for officers, because the person could run you over with the car before you even get your gun up. You know what I mean? To defend yourself, or you may not have any place to go. So you will not ever enter or come into contact with a person from the front of the car. It's always done from the rear. That's the way it's always been trained. It's always the way it's always been taught, so that you can at least have a position of cover if you should have to retreat or disengage.
So the way the officer approached the car from the front was incorrect according to his training.
Yes. I don't know Wauwatosa's training per se. Like, there's no law enforcement agency that I know of that teach you to approach a car from the front. It's always from the rear. Any surrounding counties, if we were to call for a backup, they're going to come. When they get there and they see us, they will respond accordingly and back up and flank right or flank left or directly behind us. No one goes to the front of the car. That's just not the way it's done.
Now, according to the Wauwatosa Police Department Exhibit 44, the in-squad digital video system.
Okay.
It describes that for all traffic stop, officers are required to activate their squad emergency lights.
Yes.
Did Officer Mensah activate his squad emergency lights when he interacted with Jay Anderson?
No, he did not.
Why is it important to activate your squad emergency lights when you stop somebody?
Because you want to be clear that the person knows that you are law enforcement, that you want to, the citizens around, if anybody is seeing or witnessing what's going on, that the police is conducting a traffic stop on someone, is the visibility of it. And it's not a normal vehicle. So you shouldn't have reason to be alarmed, but be alert, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So having red oscillating lights versus white takedown lights, when there are multiple vehicles out here, you know, big Jeeps or big Suburbans, and people have those big white headlights on it. You don't know who they are if they're facing the front of you. You know what I'm saying? So it's always done from behind. And it's always the red and blues are on along with the takedown lights. Everything is illuminated, especially if it's a dark area and a dark place. You want to be visible. You want everybody to see what's going on.
And are you on June 23rd, 2016, whether or not Officer Mensah was wearing any body camera?
I can't hear you, dear.
Sorry, are you aware whether or not Officer Mensah was wearing a body camera video on his body on June 23rd, 2016?
In somewhere in the reports, I thought I read that he said that he had it, but it wasn't working.
He said he had his microphone on.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So also according to the in-squad digital video policies and procedures, it also indicates that officers are supposed to wear a wireless microphone, and they're required to ensure that the microphone is powered on in order to record audio during all traffic stops. Why is that?
In the event something like this happens, so that at least you have some support to say you did do the right thing, and refuting, you know, what the other person said, you know, against you. And it really does help the officers. But back in 2016, 2015, 2014, and when this came out, officers were not receptive to wearing a body cams, microphones, or anything, because they felt like it was an invasion of their privacy while they were working. But as a supervisor, you know, trying to drill to them the necessity, the need for it, you know, the clearance rate in clearing you if anything happens with wrongdoing or whatever. And if you're doing the right thing, you shouldn't have anything to worry about, whether or not the camera's off or on.
And the fact that Officer Mensah did not have his red and blue emergency lights on, and that wasn't recording, does that concern you?
It definitely does, because you're one person, one officer, and you are in the middle of a parking lot. You don't know what's going on. It's nighttime. And the only people out there are two cars, yours and the person that you're about to stop or engage. You don't know if this is a setup. You don't know what this is. So it's important to be cautious on what it is that you're about to do. So I cannot, me personally, I don't know of any officer within Milwaukee that would just go out and set themselves up to be like that, because they know when backup comes to them, it's going to be a question of why were you parked that way? Why are you sitting like this? Why didn't you have the lights going? How come you didn't make yourself known to whoever was in the car that you were law enforcement?
And these important questions that you just raised, like why were you parked that way? You know, how did you approach the car? Why did you approach the car that way? According to your review of the 172-page report, did you see those questions asked of Joseph Mensah?
No.
Now, also according to the training, Exhibit 44, it states that that he was required to turn on his wireless microphone during all traffic stops. The fact that he did not do that, does that give you concern?
Yes, it does. It goes kind of like with, why didn't you turn on? The takedown lights will not turn that camera on from the squad car. But the oscillating lights, once you flip it, like the first click is not going to turn on the camera, but the second and the third, it will turn the camera on. So my question is, it's like, why wouldn't you have, if your microphone didn't work or something like that, but if you had been positioned correctly and turned on your red and blue lights, you could have gotten video and whatever audio you could hear from, you know, if there was any yelling or screaming or what have you, you would hear something.
Okay. And this is I'm going to refer to exhibit number 1, page 28, lines 13 through 15. And I'll read this to you, Pam.
Okay.
So exhibit 1, page 28, lines 13 through 15. This is an interview that was conducted by attorney Stephen Biskubich to Chief Barry Weber on September 21st, 2020. In this interview, Chief Weber says, the camera was supposed to be activated for traffic stops, but when you turn on the lights, it goes on automatically. So even the police chief, Weber, understands and knows that the camera is supposed to be activated for traffic stops, correct?
Yes.
Did that happen in this situation?
No, it did not.
And if you're going to read from the transcript, you can cite the page and the line numbers.
Yes. Page 28 of, exhibit 1, page 28, lines 13 through 15.
And in general, with regard to the sergeant's testimony, I think it's important to differentiate here what she knows based on her training experience at MPD and when she's commenting on any Wauwatosa procedures. Okay?
No problem. Thank you, Your Honor. So let's talk about the vehicle contacts training, the Wauwatosa Police Department vehicles contacts training. Have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Exhibit 34 is the Wauwatosa Police Vehicles Contacts Training. Let me pull that up.
What page is that?
Sorry, I'm trying. If you go to page 26, 25 is labeled, but 26 isn't.
Okay.
And it's a picture you'll see of 2 cars.
Okay. All right, I'm there. Where it says minimum distance and vehicle positioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, did you hear my screen?
I haven't.
Okay, good. So according to the vehicle contacts training, Wauwatosa Police Department, it shows that a police car is supposed to be parked behind a suspect vehicle for a stop. And there's supposed to be a minimal distance of 1 car length between vehicles. Why is that important?
For safety issues.
Did Officer Mensah park his car like this?
No, he did not.
And how important is officer safety to, working as a law enforcement officer?
It should be paramount.
Fair to say it's probably one of the most important things to keep in mind is officer safety, or the primary.
Absolutely. Officer safety is paramount. It determines whether or not you go home safely at the end of the day, and that's the goal. To come to work, do your job, leave everything until you get back tomorrow, the next day, but to get back home safely to your family.
And do you believe that Officer Mensah put himself in a position of officer-induced jeopardy?
Of created jeopardy, yes, he did.
How?
Because even here within their training of their traffic stops, he didn't follow the traffic stop the way it should be, and the training that went along with it. He faces a vehicle. He puts himself out in open. If he thought the other person, whoever was in the car, Jay Anderson is the other person, but if he thought the other person in the car, unbeknownst to him at the time, was going to create or cause any ill intention towards him, he left himself wide open. That is the way he positioned his car. And that is walking from the front to the passenger side of the vehicle, which you don't do in a traffic stop. Your contact is the driver.
As a law enforcement years, were you ever responsible for making any, arresting decisions or charging decisions of any suspects that you encounter?
Repeat what you said in the beginning because you cut off.
Sorry. As a law enforcement officer, 26 years,
Yes.
were you ever responsible for making any arresting decisions or decisions which relate in relation to charging persons with a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
Dozens.
Dozens.
Some different types of crimes, charges, domestic violence, homicide,
So
reckless
12,
state danger safety, huh?
like hundreds or like 12 times, 24 times?
Maybe about 100 times in my 26 years. I should have. I better been working. Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your opinion, were the actions of Officer Joseph Mensah on June 23rd criminally reckless?
Was it criminal? It was. I can't say he's a criminal, but what I can say, he is reckless, because as an officer, you have a duty to uphold the law, and you have to follow the rules set forth, the policies and procedures by your law enforcement agency. And I can just, if this is the way that he worked this night, just imagine how many other times that he's probably been in violation on other instances and other calls.
Ooh,
if he put himself in this type of situation, this all could have possibly been avoided by stopping, taking a time out to position yourself the correct way that you're supposed to be, whether you thought this person was asleep or not, and to get the other cars there, illuminate the car, turn on all the red and blues. You have a PA system inside the car. You have a horn that you can honk. You can have somebody go up there and knock on the window with the flashlight. He didn't take advantage of all of that training that we've been taught. You learn all of that and how to, because we've seen it time and time again. We use training videos from other people's situations, other police departments, when someone gets killed, whether it's an officer, whether it's a citizen. And we use those videos as training tools of how to be better and how to do better and how to have a better understanding of what it is that we're doing to keep from putting ourselves in self-created jeopardy situations like this. Was he criminal? I don't want to say criminal. He was definitely reckless with with the disregard, because his backup could have come. And what if it was a shootout? Now you have the officers, they're going to come to you, behind you. Now you're having them caught up in the crossfire as well.
Do you believe that Officer Mensah created an unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm to Jay Anderson Jr.?
Yes.
Do you believe there's probable cause to charge Officer Joseph Mensah with second-degree reckless homicide according to Wisconsin Statute 940.06?
Yes.
Do you believe that there's probable cause to charge Officer Joseph Mensah with homicide by negligent handling of dangerous weapon according to Wisconsin Statute 940.08?
Yes.
Why do you think he wasn't charged?
So my comment is, how many times have you seen Wauwatosa Police Department in the news doing something wrong other than the blackface thing that happened years ago? You really don't hear anything about the suburban police department getting into issues. So my thought process, the reason why he wasn't charged is so that they don't suffer any type of liability or having to pay out for this officer's wrongdoing, instead of just calling it what it is. It was bad policing, period. And everybody has to be held accountable for what it is they do. You swore to take an oath, and you have to abide by that, no matter what. And sometimes things go wrong, yes, but admit it. and move on. But don't cover it up.
That's right.
Let's look at Exhibit 5, which is the Wauwatosa Police Department Law Enforcement Investigation of Fatalities. And this was, do you recall reviewing the Wauwatosa Police Department investigation of law enforcement involved fatalities, great bodily harm?
I recall reading some of it, yes. Reading through it, yes.
And in that policy, it basically states that the Milwaukee County investigative team leads the investigation of any officer involved or in custody death, excluding traffic-related officer involved death. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right, are you going to get into the handing off the investigation now? Molly?
I'm just going to get into like one question just for the record. I'm not going to go down the whole thing. I feel like there's enough on the record.
All right.
Okay. And Ms. Holmes, was it appropriate for the Wauwatosa Police Department to be involved in the investigation of the J. Anderson shooting?
If they have written reports and conducted canvasses, absolutely not. Because when it's, from my understanding, is that if our agency is involved in an officer-involved shooting, that we stop doing what we're doing and the investigating agency, whoever it is, comes over and they take over in conducting. So it can be, so it doesn't look like there's cover-up or anything like that.
And that's because you don't want the investigation to be compromised.
Absolutely.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I have nothing further.
All right, I got a couple things for the sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call her sergeant because I can already envision her in her uniform based on what I've heard so far today, telling people what to do.
Absolutely.
In terms of the reckless homicide question that was asked of you, I think you're aware of the fact that that involves both whether or not there was a reasonable subjective belief on the part of the officer, and then the second part of that is whether or not they had a reasonable objective, as objective reasonable officer, as their fear objectively valid.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the observations that they made, and including the observations Officer Mensah has indicated he made prior to the shooting. Do you have any opinion as to whether or not his concerns were objectively reasonable here, as to his own life being endangered?
Yes, I do. So we always say, we have this here saying, we never second guess what an officer or a cop is doing until he does something blatantly wrong. And it's kind of like the way he positioned his car, the way he made the stop, the only thing he used was the takedown lights. There was nothing to record his prior contact before the shooting of Jay Anderson, when there were things at his disposal that he could have utilized. And for him to claim that his life was in danger and jeopardy. But you approach from the passenger side of the car in that wide open space when you're taught to use your vehicle as a shield. If you have to retreat, if the person points the gun out the car and shoots backwards, you could run behind the rear of that car, the suspect's car, or if you haven't even gotten out of your car yet, you can dive back into your car. And that's why when we approach from behind, the car should be on an angle so that you have that coverage. So for him to say that he feared for his safety, I don't buy it, because there are you had so many ways that you could have minimized, the threat to you, to yourself. But you actually put yourself in harm's way. And me just looking at the video before I even spoke with Attorney Mother, I was like, what if this guy have a death wish? This is something wrong at home, or he's not happy? Because why would you put yourself in a way that training that's not consistent with your training for law enforcement?
Have you ever been involved in a situation where you had to secure a scene where you knew that there was going to be another agency coming in to take over the investigation?
Yes.
And what is your view in terms of, in other words, we've had testimony in this case that there was some continuing investigation going on. In fact, while Milwaukee Police Department was en route to the scene, including things like going through the pockets of the deceased. And then obviously there have been a lot of documentation of follow-up interviews and attempts to locate witnesses by Wauwatosa police officers after the investigation had supposedly been turned over to MPD. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not any of those actions are reasonable or appropriate based on your training experience?
Okay, well, just like I was explaining before, and I explained to you, Judge, is that so I'll give you one of the officer-involved shootings I was involved in that resulted in homicide, a death. And the officers that are directly involved do absolutely nothing. So you call for a supervisor to come and get control of the officer that's involved and take him until either internal affairs or until CIB, whoever wants to talk to him. You get a preliminary statement, but you don't go into detail with anything because you just don't want to, because it's a traumatic situation. You want to be right when he's speaking, or him or her to be right when they're speaking. But at the same time, it's like if other officers are responding that were not directly involved, you want them to set up the perimeter for you, as well as you assign people that come from a different district to conduct the canvass of what's going on of the houses that are right around. Not to say that I don't have a problem with what Wauwatosa had done. However, it should have been a Milwaukee officer going with the Wauwatosa officer to conduct the canvass. Even days later, that right there should be done by the agency that's handling the investigation, so as not to taint the investigation and to write a report and say, oh yeah, we spoke to that address, we left this address out. You want everything covered. You want all the bases covered. So, did I answer your question?
It does with regard to the continuing investigation.
Yes.
With regard to securing the scene.
Yes.
Is it appropriate to move any evidence or really do anything other than really secure the scene prior to the other agency arriving?
Oh, absolutely not. You secure the scene until, if there's another agency coming, everything stays the same. Nothing should be moved until they get there. But if they're not coming until if it's like 8 o'clock Sunday morning and they won't be there until 8 o'clock Monday night, then no, we wouldn't hold that long. But you know what I'm saying? So the scene stays as it is, with the deceased, the officers or whatever, until whoever is the district attorney, whoever is going to make the determination who's going to handle the investigation.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, according to the 172 Milwaukee Police Department report, the Milwaukee Police Department, they arrived pretty quickly to the scene on June 23rd, 2016. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So once they arrived, do you recall what time they arrived to the scene, or they actually officially secured the scene?
No, I do not recall the time that they arrived. Do you want to tell me where I can look and find it, or you're going to read it to me?
Yeah. Well, if you look on page 12.
No, they shouldn't have done anything.
It states that Stephen Johnson, a detective Stephen Johnson, that he arrived at 4:05 a.m.
Okay.
And the shooting happened at 3:06 a.m.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm listening. And your question regarding that?
Yeah, my question is, I guess, once the Milwaukee Police Department detective started arriving on the scene, then essentially they're in charge of the investigation. Is that how it works?
Essentially, they are in charge of the investigation, but you have to give time for transfer of information. And to write down. First, you hear the story, like you're the responding detective, and you get briefed by the patrol sergeant, which would have been me, and I brief them on what's going on and what has happened, and you have to take the times to get the names of who all was there, who's involved, the officer involved, and all those different things like that. It's a very, very detailed process. It doesn't just switch on and off automatically. It has to flow because you don't want to miss nothing. You don't want to miss who's on canvas. You don't want to miss who's on the body. You don't want to miss who's handling the crime scene and who's on the inner perimeter and the outer perimeter. So those detectives will have to get all of that, especially if Johnson was I don't know if he was the first person on scene from Milwaukee, but it's kind of a big deal. You know what I mean? It's a big deal to have that detail because you don't want to wind up in court situations, which they all do, trying to justify and explain the reason why you did what you did.
And it's important in this situation, Mensah Squad video was recording video and audio after the scene. And during that interaction, Officer Mensah was talking to other Wauwatosa police officers about the incident. Is it important to follow up with those other officers about essentially those excited utterances by Officer Mensah to understand what exactly happened?
Absolutely. And it's just our training in Milwaukee. I don't know how they do in Tulsa. If an officer is involved in a shooting, he or she doesn't talk to no one, or whoever the sergeant is. And even afterwards, you just don't stand around discussing it because you don't want to jeopardize your case or what it is that you're saying and say something wrong. Not that you're trying to, but what if something wrong comes out?
Right. So, but you, Milwaukee police officer, retired officer, a sergeant, and the fact that the Milwaukee Police Department was in charge of this investigation, is it fair to say that based on those conversations that Officer Mensah had with other Wauwatosa police officers at the scene, that the Milwaukee investigators should have followed up with those Wauwatosa police officers about their conversations with Officer Mensah?
That's only if they heard about it afterwards. Like in the investigation and listening to the video, if they heard, once they listened to all of the audio, the video and everything else, if it's of pertinent nature, like someone is assigned, if Johnson is assigned to listen to one video or something like audio or whatever, and he listens to it, yes, you detail and you write that down, and most definitely you speak with whoever Joseph Mensah spoke to. Who were the other officers he was talking to? I want to know what you guys were talking about. So you're always trying to look for something more, and just it being in detail.
Is it appropriate to have these conversations with other officers of what they heard or saw of Joseph Mensah only at the scene?
Say it one more time to be. Is it appropriate?
Well, let me just take that back. When you're interviewing other officers, in this situation, Officer Mensah was at the scene and the squad video recorded him having conversations with other Wauwatosa police officers. And this was reported by the Milwaukee Police Department in Exhibit 58, where Detective Luke O'Day is actually listening to that squad video.
Mm-hmm.
Within this interaction, Officer Mensah is talking with Lieutenant Gary Gabrish about, what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be important for the Milwaukee Police Department to have a conversation with Lieutenant Gary Gabrish about what they observed, what he observed?
Yes.
And why is that important?
Because it's like a piece of the puzzle. It puts things into perspective from where you're at. So, like, is it normal for officers to talk, at a crime scene? Yes, they share information and they talk about what happened. That's fine. That's okay. But if the officer that's involved in the if the officer is involved in a shooting, that's kind of like in a preliminary where you would have that happen. But it wouldn't happen later on in the investigation. He or she wouldn't be out talking to anyone because they would be at another location away from there. You would kind of get them off the scene from there. But in the beginning, you would first what you're trying to do is to explain what happened to the lieutenant and to the officers who arrived on the scene. So that's not unheard of. That's something that you would actually do. And with the detective once seeing that, if Mensah shared something else totally different, whether he did or not, it would be worth investigating or talking to Gabrish or either the other officers to see if that you can get some other information out. What else did he say to you? Because all I have is this, but you guys were saying something else we didn't talk about. He didn't mention to me.
So like, for instance, according to Exhibit 58, page 3, when Officer Mensah told Lieutenant Gabrish, I tried to hit the button a couple of times, essentially insinuating his his audio recording was not working. That's important to follow up with Lieutenant Gabrish. Wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. Because, and I'll tell you why. At what point did he try to hit the button a couple of times? Because that squad video, when he went back to turn on the lights or do whatever he did, it picks up 30 seconds before the video actually starts to record. So at what point in time did he push that button? I didn't see it. I didn't see it, from the time that he had his flashlight out or, he shot at Jay Anderson. So at what point in time did he push it?
And just equipment that's not as an officer, you're supposed to, correct?
You're going in and out.
Sorry, if you have equipment that is malfunctioning as a police officer, you need to report that in order to get equipment that's working properly, correct?
Right at the start of your shift, you check everything. That's the reason for equipment checks. You do that at the beginning of your shift before you hit the streets.
Sorry, say that last part again.
You do that at the beginning of your shift before you hit the streets. So even if you're out a half an hour or an hour in and you don't come on, you don't turn on your lights is what I want to say, your squad lights, or conduct a traffic stop. And if you never turn them on, once you find out it's not operational, you get on the air and let the dispatcher know and your sergeant know that I'm having vehicle trouble, the mic's not working, the radio's not working because it's recorded. And then you go back in and switch squad cars or get a different mic or whatever. You exchange.
Right.
But you make it known via the radio.
And according to the 172-page Milwaukee Police Department report, there's not one single report in there that verifies that Officer Mensah's audio recording equipment did not work on June 23rd, 2016.
No, not anything.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Sergeant.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Turn them out.
Let's go off the record. How many witnesses do you have left?
I have two more witnesses left. Well, 3, including Weber.
Okay.
So, would you like me to?
Well, you've got Detective Burns, and who else do you have?
William Harmoning.
Is that the fellow that testified before?
Yes.
Okay. What are you looking at in terms of a probable time frame? You're free to go, Sergeant. Thank you. You're welcome to stay, but you're free to go as well.
That's what I want to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye. Your Honor, I would think with closing included,
No,
I would think a half a day. Well, actually,
just talking about either Mr. Burns or the fellow that testified last time.
yes. So Burns is going to be a while. I would say, and then I also have Chief Weber.
And what about the other fellow?
Harmoning is probably going to be less, like 45 minutes.
Okay, well, that's going to be it for today. That's enough already. I'm going to look for another full day then. You should be able to fit what you have into another day.
Okay. And would we keep on the May 4th? Is that what you're?
Are we clear? What do we look like on May 4th? Is that clear all day? I thought it was. Let's just block that whole day then. Is detective available that day? Okay, good. And then you can check with Pat Knight. Well, he's already approved it, so I guess you just have to check with the other fellow.
Okay.
And let's same as last time. We'll start at 9 o'clock. We'll go as long as we need to. And then we'll go from there. We'll go back on the record. Now, you raised this morning the issue as to whether or not there was a 6-month limit on this proceeding. I guess I'll ask you to look into that, but that's not what I don't believe we are under that limitation pursuant to this statute.
Mm-hmm.
It's not mentioned in the statute. It is mentioned in the John Doe statute. So I'm not aware of any cases or anything else that applies that limitation to this proceeding, but I'm going to ask you that if you become aware of such, if you believe differently, I'd like to know ASAP, because obviously we got a lot of time into this. We don't want to lose jurisdiction over something that should have been anticipated. But as I said, I think we're okay, but I still want you to take a look at it.
Okay,
And let me know if you have a different view of it.
no problem.
Okay, and then I understand we got a deputy that brought us all pizza, so we should be good to go. Anyways, thank you to everyone in the gallery for your patience and cooperation today. We'll be back here on May 4 at 9 o'clock, same situation. And my understanding is we have 3 witnesses left. And then what's likely to occur is this, you should be prepared to make argument on the next date. And then following that, the court's going to set a date for a decision.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Well, that was that. So it's a long day. All right. So I'll stay on just a little bit longer. I have obviously have to kind of rewatch this again, all of this, to write the article. But yeah, anybody have questions, comments, clarification? Yeah, for sure. Obviously that first hearing was really good, especially because I think his name is William Harmoning. His testimony was great. Was a way better expert witness than the witnesses today, but and then we heard from the medical examiner too, which was extremely important, and why she concluded it as a homicide. But a lot of that, again, right here in this link, it's a very detailed article that I wrote on day 1. So a lot of that stuff is in there. They did kind of overlap some of that stuff from day 1 into today as well. And then obviously, the different witnesses. So here's the thing, because you had kind of asked like with the different witnesses and whatever. So this hearing is just to find probable cause, just to say, hey, we think that there is enough evidence to actually charge this officer with a crime. So they're not, there's still so much more evidence that is not been talked about, video that's not been showed, pictures that's not been shown, more stuff in all these different reports that have not necessarily been talked about. we're not hearing directly from the officers that were involved, Wauwatosa or Milwaukee. Mensah's obviously not going to testify in this, for the fear of saying something he shouldn't say. That's going to incriminate himself. And that's why in his motion to quash, he listed that he was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment. And then with Weber, he tried to quash his subpoena, and the judge did not let him do that. So right now we're just kind of hearing from these kind of expert witnesses on different topics. So like this particular Sergeant Holmes that just testified, when it comes to policy, and like all day we've heard about policy, and how Mensah violated policy multiple times. So we have, an officer that is testifying when it comes to policy, and especially a former Milwaukee officer. So for those of you that aren't out here, so Wauwatosa and Milwaukee they're right next to each other. They border each other. So if Milwaukee has an issue, Tosa would end up coming, or if Tosa has an issue, Milwaukee's going to come. With Milwaukee being such a big city, Milwaukee PD handles a lot of shootings. Now, just kind of a side note while I'm talking about that, if you guys remember, I don't know, some time ago, I shot a video out in Cudahy, where there was an officer-involved shooting where Cudahy Police Department shot a suicidal man that was armed. I'm still trying to get records and stuff in regards to that shooting. But that is one thing I wanted to really note in that is that while I was out there filming, it was the same situation that we're seeing here with this Tosa Milwaukee incident, where Milwaukee came to Cudahy to be the investigative department, and Cudahy was all over this scene. The chief of police himself showed up, and I know that because the chief handed me the press release. I was the only reporter that was out there, and he handed me the press release. That's all on camera and stuff. But Cudahy kept coming in and out of this entire crime scene, and in the state of Wisconsin, that's not allowed. So we're seeing that happen more and more frequently, and the reason that law was enacted due to the Michael Bell shooting that happened in Kenosha, because Kenosha hid a bunch of evidence and whatnot, and Michael Bell Sr. was able to help get that law put in place. But this is exactly why what we're seeing here in with Wauwatosa right now. Even if let's just pretend for a second, we already know because of so much stuff that Isaiah and I have released when it comes to Tosa. We already know Tosa's on bullshit. But let's just pretend for a second that Tosa is on the up and up. You still don't want your own agency, in the crime scene, essentially tampering it should there be any type of court case. So it's such a big issue. But again, like why there's so much time spent on policy and Mensah's own actions is one, because they're saying that he didn't break policy ever. That's what Tosa is saying. Even that type of statement is what got him hired, because he resigned from Tosa and now he's a Waukesha county sheriff, which is a fucking problem. So if this guy is multiple occasions violating policy, that would essentially then make Waukesha leery about hiring him. And here we're seeing now in this John Doe hearing that, Mensah just repeatedly keeps breaking policy. And that was even mentioned in the Antonio Gonzalez case. And I'm sure if we got into more detail with that case and the Alvin Cole case after this, we would see, and like Sergeant Holmes brought up in her testimony just now too, where how many other incidents throughout his time as a Wauwatosa police officer did he violate policy? So here he's putting not only himself in a seriously dangerous situation, but then it's dangerous to the subject that he's encountered as well. So Mensah puts himself in this situation that ultimately forces him then to shoot Jay Anderson, where multiple things that he could have done and should have, had he actually followed the training that he was given, there's reason to believe then that Jay Anderson would still be alive. What's interesting to note about that too is, had this investigation been done the right way and Tosa didn't touch anything, Milwaukee investigated the way that they're supposed to investigate, with asking all these questions that we heard today, and then the DA getting a thorough investigation and not these half-ass fucking copied reports, then ultimately it could have been decided then by DA Chisholm that Mensah was in the wrong. This wasn't a justified shooting. And then Mensah would have been, at the very least, Mensah would have been fired, right? At the best case scenario for the family, then he's charged criminally. Had any of that actually been done, then Mensah would no longer then be on the street, which means the situation with Alvin Cole, where Mensah shot and kills Alvin Cole after the Jay Anderson situation, then you've got it where Jay Anderson Jr. would still be alive and Alvin Cole would still be alive. So, it's not just the situation of, in this one instance, if the investigation with Antonio Gonzalez had been done thoroughly like this, which the reports and everything, it wasn't. But had that been done thoroughly, and maybe he was found to have done something wrong in that case, then again, you'd have Jay Anderson and Alvin Cole still alive, and Mensah would have been gone from every department, long ago. So, and then this type of hearing, this John Doe hearing, especially when it pertains to actual officer, this has never been done in the state of Wisconsin. So it's a big deal. That's why I'm covering it. That's why I'm live streaming this. Last hearing I was at the courthouse, so unfortunately I didn't live stream and whatnot. But this I wanted to make sure was actually live streamed. So, and then, it's not just me writing a report on what people said. And I think too, just from, and I'm not a policymaker or anything like this, but I think for the sake of all of us, right? Because, the fucking country is in chaos right now when it comes to police brutality and, the back the blue versus fucking protesters, right? Everyone's all in just up in arms right now, both sides. Everyone's acting fucking crazy. And just my suggestion, and again, I'm not a policymaker, but I think for everybody, if these types of hearings were done when it comes to these critical incidents involved with law enforcement, where it's this thorough, I think that's better for community. But then I also think that that's better for, law enforcement personnel as well. This way, even if the cop was justified in shooting in, you know, whatever situation, if his counterparts then are fucking something up, then that ultimately still, you know, ends up leaving the officer on the hook, and he may have been justified, you know, to begin with. That's a problem. So I don't know. I mean, I think that these should be done like this. I think it's a lot more subjective. It's not, you know, the bias isn't there. You know, and we're seeing a much fuller picture instead of this is what we want you to see, this picture right here. So I think if we're, you know, looking at, you know, protester versus back the blue, if everybody on both sides, and I already know protesters going to get this, but if that back the blue side just kind of shut the fuck up for a minute and took a step back and been like, oh, okay, hang on a minute. Since we're seeing this Jay Anderson stuff, is this what's really going on behind the scenes, where they're only putting out what they want us to see, you know, criminalized black person like we see with Jay Anderson's girlfriend, where all they're talking to her about is him being a drug dealer, him, you know, potentially cheating on her, like trying to piss her off. So if that, like that back the blue side kind of understood, like they're intentionally putting out this narrative where the officer could be wrong. And now you've got the back the blue side losing their fucking minds, protester side losing their minds, and then everyone's arguing with each other, you know, and then we have Kyle Rittenhouse type fucking situations going on, and, you know, Proud Boys beating up fucking you know what I mean? Like, and Antifa losing their shit, and it just, if everyone just shut the fuck up for a minute, and we saw stuff like this, I don't know, maybe it takes away some of that stuff, and then maybe that back the blue side has a bit more compassion and empathy to understand, like, this is the type of shit of why they're protesting. So, like, when all these people come on the live streams and they're like, oh, what now? What are they fucking protesting for today? Well, it's the same shit. And had TPR not been protesting the way that they are, this Jay Anderson, John Doe hearing would never have fucking happened. So with TPR marching for almost a year now, this is what has brought so much attention on the Antonio Gonzalez, Jay Anderson, Alvin Cole. It's because of them that's brought this much attention. Now, maybe the Jay Anderson case and the Alvin Cole case and things like that may have just resulted in a civil lawsuit where the city is going to pay out some money. Whereas this we're actually holding people accountable, and that's because of groups like TPR. So this is why they're fucking marching. You know, and am I saying every single critical incident with officers is exactly this? No, of course not. But this is what helps us get a clearer picture of, are they on some bullshit, or was the actual officer justified? And if that's the determination where the actual officer is justified, then, you know, from that protester side, then, you know, we're not protesting over something that shouldn't be protested, and then vice versa. You know, you're screaming and arguing with fucking protesters when they're justified in what they're trying to do. So this case, I mean, I've been following this case for a while. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I know. There's a lot of stuff I've seen already. There's stuff I know that I'm obviously not talking about. I kind of wait until the hearing dates. But, you know, when it comes to, so we kind of release this in the private group, you know, so like the private group, because they're paid monthly people, supporters, you know, I'll link that here. So this is how you get in that group. So that group has more access to stuff that I'm working on. Not everything, but a lot more access than the general public. But this link here, if you sign up for a monthly thing, and then request to join the private group. You can get in. But in Mount Pleasant, so, you know, if you guys remember when Kyle Rittenhouse was in the bar, everyone's losing their shit about him in the bar and being fucking serenaded, you know, that whole thing. You know, I heard on a video clip of this Sergeant Geisey, I think is how you pronounce his name. But this sergeant, where he's referring to protesters, right? So he says, we're just trying to cover our bases to make sure that once the crazies find this out, we don't want them showing up. And he's referring to protester as crazies. And I'm sitting here like, well, the fucking crazies are in the bar. What are you talking about, right? So just because I heard that was a trigger for me, and I was like, I didn't like the way he said that, just the tone behind it, right? And that led me to start kind of filing some open records with Mount Pleasant, and it started to uncover, some stuff, and we've released some articles and some pictures of different records. And what's really important is that, and we just released this in an article, and I'll post it here again. We've posted this already today. But in this, we're asking all of our viewers and our readers to help us financially, because there's so many fucking records that we're trying to get right now. So like specifically in this article, I highlight some stuff with Mount Pleasant, where in 2013, this same sergeant is conducting a traffic stop, and he ends up pulling this individual. His name is Michael, I think it's Kowalczyk. He pulls this individual out of the car and just drags him out, slams him on the ground, and now there's this wrestling match, and obviously the subject is fucking fighting back at this point. And Geisey just starts fucking repeatedly punching him. Well, Geisey has denied punching this individual, said that it never happened, but yet in the squad cam, it clearly shows that he's just repeatedly fucking just blasting, Michael in the face. The verbiage in which he's using, all types of stuff. And that none of that was ruled excessive. And he was never reprimanded for any of the behavior. So we're going to end up releasing, all of that stuff. But we're trying to come up with some funding to pay for that. And then in 2019, so he ends up having two situations where he's reprimanded for a type of traffic, like high-speed chase maneuver, that he conducts. It's where like they're chasing, and then the squad car comes up kind of behind, and it pushes that other car. So that's not something that they're supposed to do, because of the deadly consequences. So like departments all over the country have ceased doing that. And this guy, because he learned it in the military, not with the police department, says, well, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And then there's inconsistencies with the statements, not only that he's making, but also that the department itself made. I didn't touch on this in the article, but they're claiming that, multiple vehicles for the department got fucking damaged. And this other news outlet had done an open records request, and there's only one vehicle. So it's just like the simplest of things, like these departments are lying about. And then there's, another incident where he fails to secure his squad car. So that happens in 2019, but he's not reprimanded with consequence until this month, March of 2020. And then more importantly, besides those two kind of ridiculous things, in 2019, I think it was June. So these two incidents happened in April 2019, and then 2 months later in fucking June, he is engaged in a situation with Tyrese West, who's simply riding a bicycle at night. Geisy tries to pull him over for failure to, have a headlight on the fucking bicycle, which it's the law, but it's fucking stupid. And then, West ends up taking off. He does have a gun, and he throws the gun. That's in a statement. He throws the gun. He's laying face down, and Geisy ends up fucking shooting him in the head, because he claims that that West ended up going for the gun. Geisy admits that he's got his foot on West's hand, the one closest to the gun. Claims, he got his fucking hand out, all this type of shit. So you've got this in these videos of this officer, super heated, super charged up, just violent, fucking violent guy. And I've talked to this officer when we were at the bar, while Mount Pleasant was pulling the footage from the Rittenhouse thing. We were there while they were pulling the footage. This guy he has a violent career with the Mount Pleasant Police Department, and they're refusing to give his personnel file. So this is kind of a big deal. We're trying to get that file. We're getting some other records that they're releasing to us, but we want the file. We're not the only ones that have asked for this file. Mount Pleasant is refusing to deliver this file to anybody. It's it's a serious fucking problem. And essentially it's argument for court, again, where the police department is saying, well, we want to protect it for the privacy of the officer, and we highlight this in the article, where, according to Freedom of Information Act, we think that the public has the greater interest in knowing the officers that, patrol the community, not this fucking secrecy that we're seeing. Again, if there's bad police, they need to be gone so that the good police can actually, do their job safely and in the right way. So things like that. But this essentially, this seems like with Tyrese West, this is another Alvin Cole situation. It's very similar. And then you have, Racine that comes and investigates Mount Pleasant. Again, Mount Pleasant and Racine are fucking butt up against each other. And essentially, like, if you live out here, you view Mount Pleasant as Racine. It's like this tiny fucking community inside of Racine, basically. So it's just these like very conflicting things. So that's other stuff that we're trying to get our hands on here. And again, we're not the only ones. So but this is the stuff that we're working on. It's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, obviously, why I'm not live streaming. The article we wrote on it, it tells you exactly why. I'm just kind of done with the bullshit. But, just from a professional standpoint, I want to focus more on this type of stuff, on this back end, getting these records, making sure the public knows exactly what's going on. Here's the truth about it. You guys take it or leave it. Type of thing. So I just rather focus on the writing, focus on getting these records that these departments are trying to hide. We do have, I've said this in this video and the last one, we have records that are being released to us that have never been seen before by fucking anybody. It's just, everything costs money. So, we have another article, I think it's the one I just posted. There's so many fucking articles. It's this one anyway. We're asking everybody, our viewers on, the lives and the readership and everything, to help donate. I mean, we have several $1,000s worth of records that are, we're going to be getting the call soon of, hey, this is ready. We've already spoken with multiple entities, and it's a matter of days. So I don't want to have to sit for months on records that are sitting there and not be able to pick them up. That also kind of fucks us in the future with trying to pick up records. They'll start making us pay ahead of time for shit. But yeah, so, and then one of the things, because of the amount of records that we're getting, we have to pick up a external hard drive, fucking large one. So I have one, but I'm not dropping that off at a fucking police department. So I need to buy a clean one that we can just continuously keep repeating to drop it off with this particular agency, because there's a lot of stuff that we're actually getting from them at various times. So if somebody has a terabyte or bigger external hard drive and you want to fucking donate it to me, and it's in good working condition, and I don't have to buy one, great. Otherwise, obviously, the more ideal thing is to be able to fucking purchase one. But yeah, that's that. And then the other, we'll just do it now because I don't really do lives anymore. But the breaking news, besides obviously what happened today, so my mandamus lawsuit against Kenosha Police Department is scheduled for April 23rd at 10 a.m. So that'll be done by Zoom. So since that's public, we should be able to live stream. Should be able to live stream that. So we'll see what happens. You'll see how either good or shitty I am at playing lawyer. I like to think I'm pretty good, but I've never fought a case like this. So, but for that, we if you guys have not paid attention to that, so I'm going to link a couple of articles here because there's 3 articles that are connected to this whole thing. So this is the article about me filing the lawsuit against KPD. And there's going to be, this is the other thing too. Essentially, each one of these lawsuits costs $180 to file, and then another, 50 to 100 to fucking serve it on these people. So then, I file this, and then we run into this situation where information's getting fucking leaked out of the courthouse that shouldn't have been. That's that article. And then kind of the follow-up that we just released that still talks about the leak, but then another way that some of this information is getting out, but it's stuff that you guys need to be aware of, even if you don't live here in Kenosha. These are like weird fucking privacy things. So we've been getting into a lot more of that too, with these technologies, these different privacies that are being violated. Just weird shit. This article, this is based off open records requests. We'll have some other stuff that's coming out based on records that I haven't released yet. I've been fucking stressing out about keeping this roof over my head. So there's several records that I need to release. I'm trying to write articles. So it's a lot, but yeah, so I mean that's that's kind of that. If anybody wants to help, is able to help, every dollar obviously gets us closer to the objective here. So I'm just pasting a whole bunch of links at this point. So again, every dollar helps us get closer towards each thing that we're trying to do here, so we can get this information out to you. Obviously covers records, costs, time. One of the things that we're trying to get, they're telling me it's $50 an hour. Trying to get 70 hours worth of. It's not gonna take them 70 hours to fucking do what I'm wanting them to do, but I'm trying to get 70 hours worth of fucking film. So it'll probably it'll take them several hours to do what I want, but we're looking at a few $100s. A few $100 just to get all that shit. So but yeah, I mean essentially, we're going after each one of these things pretty hardcore. So but yeah, and like I said, there's video and records and document wise pictures, all shit that's never been released. It's stuff that you all have interest in. It's stuff we've discussed before. Shit that the entire fucking world is interested in. And I don't know, I fucking lucked out and we're getting some of it. So I don't know why the fuck nobody else thought of this, but whatever. So yeah, it's vital, like, especially for this, because this is something that literally the entire world has been fucking trying to get their hands on. So this is important. Hopefully this kind of, I think it's important for both sides. Again, if with more of that back, the blue side versus, protester side, I think it's fucking important for everybody to have a much more clear picture of what the fuck is going on. Hopefully it lessens some of the angst. I don't know. I gotta see, but if it's what I fucking asked for, then it should. But I don't know. That's pretty much that. I've put a bunch of links to different articles. Obviously, the different donation pages that you can go to help us out. I was supposed to be out of the Airbnb at 11 o'clock this morning. I need to come up with money to extend. Otherwise, I'm kind of fucked. As soon as I end the stream, I'm kind of fucking out on the sidewalk. So, that's kind of that. But if you guys want to help, does anybody have questions that's here? All right, April, talk to you. So I'll stay for just a little bit longer. If you guys have questions, if you don't, then I'm gonna dip out before we start getting fucking restreamed and screen recorded, and the trolls start coming in. So if anybody wants to help with me extending here, it's $46 a day. So, I'm fucking fully transparent. And the best way to do that is through this link right here. It's the fastest way for me to be able to do what I need to do. So otherwise, like I said, as soon as I log off here, I gotta grab my shit, and then I'm standing on a corner trying to figure out what my next move is with the fucking 5 cents I have. So does anybody have questions on the Jay Anderson thing or anything else that I've talked about? If not, I'm gonna sign off here. That video, so we saw the video of them pulling the gun out. And then, so we're gonna release that. So I'll release that independently on the YouTube channel. So the first video of the shooting is on there, and it does show them removing the gun, but it's from another angle. This video is specifically with them removing the gun. So we'll just give me time. I gotta upload that. Some of this stuff obviously we can't release until it's, you know, talked about, but that'll be up there soon. Obviously, you can see I'm exhausted. I'm fucking tired. I've been staring at videos and documents and dealing with my lawsuit. All right, well, I'm going to take it. Nobody has questions. You know, if you do, obviously, feel free to just ask or hit me up on the company Facebook page. Hopefully this, you know, day has been insightful and to everybody that's watching. And it's led you to start, you know, thinking critically of not just police type shit, but everything. Instead of just looking at a 20-second clip or reading some bullshit article. You know, this here is an example of why you need to do research yourself, why you need to watch multiple videos, why you need to read multiple articles, and not just take that 20-second thing and develop an opinion or listen to a friend or family member without you having firsthand knowledge to something and adopting a fucking opinion because you could be wrong. And that's for all of us, you know, including myself. So. But anyway, I will talk to you guys later. Got some events, you know, again, I'm trying to stay here as long as possible. There's some events this week that I want to film, that I think are important, and, obviously everything else that we're doing. So, can't do it without you guys. So I will talk to you guys later.